Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Rajasthan used to make superstars, now they buy them. The pre-ban days of Moneyball domestic picks are long gone. Now it's all about Anglo-Australian star power. The last few seasons, as a result, they've fallen away badly once international commitments hit. This time they start under strength, but should be fully operational before too long. Chennai will have to contend with missing stalwarts all year if they're to win a fourth title, but started that mission tidily on opening day as new boys Piyush Chawla and Sam Curran combined with old stager Ambati Rayudu to beat Mumbai. As we get our first look this year at Sharjah, who will best weather the desert storm. Hello and welcome to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of Game 4 of the IPL 2020, wherein the Rajasthan Royals take on the Chennai Super Kings in Sharjah. I'm your host, Nakalem Pandey. I'll have toss and tea news for you shortly, but first let me introduce you to my colleague Andy Ward.
Hello.
And joining us once again, journalist and broadcaster Chetan Narula.
Hey guys, hope everyone's doing well.
Yeah, we're all doing it very well and excited for this clash in which Chennai have the superior record by 14-7. The news from the middle is that Chennai Super Kings have won the toss and have elected to field just as they did on the season opener on Saturday. They have made just the one change. Ambati Rayudu is not available, he is unfit, and but Ruturaj Gaikwad has recovered from COVID, or he was asymptomatic, but he's tested negative twice, and so he comes in potentially to the middle order. He's carded at number 4, but that is the only change for CSK. For the Rajasthan Royals, they don't have Joss Buttler, who's in extended quarantine because he came over with his family and thus has had to abide by different quarantine regulations. Ben Stokes is still in New Zealand, of course, dealing with his very difficult family situation involving his father. So David Miller makes a debut for the Rajasthan Royals, as does Tom Curran. So it's Curran against Curran for the first time in the IPL. We saw them play for the first time in a game in England. Now we'll see them go up against each other. So the Rajasthan Royals going with Robin Uthappa, also a new signing, and very excitingly Yashasvi Jaiswal, who was the leading run scorer in the Under-19 World Cup and has already scored a List A double ton. He making his T20 debut. Those two will open. Sanju Samson will keep wicket. Stephen Smith has recovered from the concussion that kept him out of the England versus Australia one-day series. He resumes his duties as captain. David Miller slots into the middle order. Riyan Parag, who was quietly effective for Rajasthan towards the tail end of a difficult season last year. Rahul Tewatia back at Rajasthan after an extended period at the Kings 11 and Delhi. He's one leg spinner. Tom Curran, Jafra Archer, Shreyas Gopal, the other leg spinner, who's been one of Rajasthan's better performers, and the consistently cut price Jaydev Unadkat, who for the third year in a row has been released and bought back for considerably less money. For the Chennai Super Kings, it's Murali Vijay and Shane Watson, so keeping faith with Murali Vijay at the top of the order. Faf du Plessis, who anchored the chase the other day. Ruturaj Gaikwad, replacing Ambati Rayudu. Ravindra Jadeja, Sam Curran, MS Dhoni, floating somewhere in the middle order, and Kedar Jadhav as well. Deepak Chahar, Piyush Chawla, and Lungi Ngidi. So a familiar look to the bowling attack in the middle order. But Andy, exciting to see that. It'll be interesting to see how much of a loss Ambati Rayudu will be. But people are very excited about Gaikwad as a potential long-term replacement for Suresh Raina. What do you make of the CSK playing 11?
Well, not much of a surprise. CSK do have a tendency to be more consistent with their team selection than some others. I'm sure Rayudu would have played if he'd been fit, but his bad fortune is good fortune, as we say, for Gaikwad. It's interesting. We were talking about some of the younger players and what they did in the Under-19 World Cup and what they've done in this day. In the Indian domestic T20 competition, Padikkal is just head and shoulders above everybody. And Gaikwad is probably second behind him. So it will be interesting to see how they go. We've got a very flexible middle order, CSK. You talked about Dhoni floating, Jadhav more like sinking. He got a thanks for coming the other day, but I was looking at what these players are paid, and it's quite funny. Jadhav, who got a thanks for coming last week, is on 1.1 million. Gaikwad, who's almost certainly going to bat for, is on $28,000. Yeah, because if you're Indian, if you're not capped, you get nothing.
Well, indeed, he went in at the base price and got bought for the base price. Probably quite a smart buy for CSK, I think, particularly given how Raina's been injured. As you say, he was the second leading run scorer in the Syed Mushtaq Ali trophy.
Can I just ask, isn't it the case that if you've not been capped by India, there is a ceiling on how much you can go for?
I'm not sure if that's
exactly. Yeah.
Although it's not 20 lakh though. It's higher than that though, isn't it? Because we've seen some players go for much more. Chetan, including Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's opening for Rajasthan.
From the beginning of the IPL, they capped it in the initial few years, and since then it's become a trend that they don't spend too much on the youngsters.
Yes.
Probably so that they don't just become spoiled brats at a young age and probably have their heads set on right.
Yeah,
maybe one of the few things
it's
that
interesting.
the
You would think that
is doing right, but yeah.
But Chetan,
you would think that sorry, if I could just finish the point. You would think that the market dynamics would mean that players like Padikkal would go for more than that, but there you go.
Yes, indeed.
The
IPL.
they are untried and untested. So you still want to go with tried and tested players, Indian cap players who've performed on the international level. They will always be at a premium. And people like Padikkal, yes, now that he's been seen and he's been noticed, if he enters the auction ever, then maybe he will go for big bucks. But until he's tried and tested, no, not so much.
Yeah, at the moment it's very much excitement and potential. Just quickly, because the players are out there, Chetan, your take on the Rajasthan 11 and how they're balancing their 11 without Butler and Stokes.
Yeah, big misses them. The two of them, Butler and Stokes, not available for different reasons at the moment. But yeah, I think it's a fine balancing act. Everybody's waiting to see Yashasvi Jaiswal. Everybody's heard so much about him. And Robin Uthappa up at the top. I'm not sure if he's going to open once Josh Butler comes back. Sanju Samson, he's due for a good tournament because everybody's been talking about Rishabh Pant and KL Rahul. He would like to put his hand up and say, okay, I'm also available as the wicketkeeper batting option, at least in T20 cricket. And then, of course, you have the big run scoring machine, Steve Smith. Tom Curran, exciting times. He'll be debuting, and the big bowler there, Jofra Archer. So 3-pronged pace attack. Jofra, Curran,
I think we
and
have a
Unadkat.
surprise at opener.
Yes, indeed. It looks as though the Rajasthan captain has promoted himself to open. Andy will take up a ball by ball, and Chetan will summarise after these jingles.
Inevitable. You know Steve Smith's inevitable. He treats the fielders like they're not really there. He hits the ball in the air across the boundary line. He ain't going nowhere.
He will open with this young tyro.
He comes from Surya in Uttar Pradesh. Yashasvi Jaswal.
Hell of a story, Yashasvi Jaiswal. They'll be bowled at by this man, and then the next voice you hear will be Andy.
Deepak Chahar, Fleming loved the sky. Deepak Chahar, he bowled a few sky high. Did they come down? He somehow bowled his way to success.
Well, Chauhan and Gidi didn't have a good start in the previous game. Rohit and Quinton de Kock rather got after them. But Chetan, what do you make of Steve Smith opening?
Well, it's an interesting one for sure. It's almost like we haven't seen enough freakish batting acts from him. So he's like, okay, I'll try my hand at opening in T20 cricket as well and enthrall us a little bit more. But like I said, I was saying before we realized that it's Steve Smith who's come out to bat. I don't think it's a long-term thing. It's probably, just place holding for Josh Butler at the moment.
Maybe so, but maybe Knackle, they feel that Smith can get off to a slow start, and this might actually allow him to do that.
Yeah, I think this is not actually the worst move. I wouldn't bat Smith below 3. I think 3 is his natural position, and that's where he'll end up. But it's an interesting call.
Well, he's not going to face the first ball because that is a very, very young-looking. How do I pronounce the name? I do beg your pardon.
Yashasvi, yeah.
Yashasvi, yes, thank you. He looks about 15 with a sort of lank teenager's mullet flapping down below his helmet. There's quite a delay here. Chahar's already tried to bowl one ball and pulled up, and now there seems to be a delay for some reason.
Well, the delay in the first game was the sight screen. It has just ticked over to 6:01 p.m. Sharjah time. It'll be interesting how Sharjah goes. It is generally a faster scoring ground. There's almost no grass on the wicket, and there's a smaller boundary, so we may see a different style of game.
Well, you never quite know till it gets going. Watson's standing at slip for the left-hander. Chahar finally comes in from wide of the crease, and it is wide of off stump and allowed to go through to MS Dhoni.
And I'll be sorry, Chetan, I'm going to be running your social media messages, and I'll read a couple of them. James Rollas, yes, James Rollas picking up the Curran v Curran battle. Armchair Cricket Podcast picking up that versus Ruturaj Gaikwad and Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Archer versus the CSK finishers. Leah the Hanoverian Hun says at least one of those prongs of the RR attack comes pre-blunted, which I think may be a reference to Jadev Unadkat.
Comes Shahid, walks down the wicket, Jaiswal, and punches it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Of course, we might see Archer against Smith with no ball.
With the no ball, yes. Yeah, indeed.
Well,
yeah, indeed. Possibly Unadkat will do a lot of the work in the power play. Archer is definitely their preferred option at the death, probably alongside Tom Curran.
Oh, they've got to be tempted to give Archer one against Smith early on, though, wouldn't you?
I don't know, maybe one in the power play, one in the middle, 2 at the death.
Interesting to see what they do. But Smith isn't on
Archer
strike
and Smith
yet.
are on the same side.
Oh, Christ, sorry. Yes, that's embarrassing. Thank you. That one's plugged down to third man, and there'll be a single. Okay, ignore everything I just said.
And ignore me for going along with it. I think that'll probably be how Rajasthan Royals try and play it, with Archer a little bit up top, mostly at the death. Tom Curran bowling a lot in the death, and at the middle, Unadkat. And I don't know, Tewatia might bowl the odd over in the middle. Rian Paragal float in the middle, and Shreyas Gopal, who's been their best bowler. Yashasvi Jaiswal can bowl a bit of part-time spin.
Yes, a lot of part-timers in there. See what they can do.
I
I agree with your.
with Chennai Super Kings. Sorry.
No, I agree with your pre-match assessment that the Moneyball days are long behind them. They were a very effective Moneyball side and did very well. Smith is on strike now, and in his way, he steps across a little bit and plays down to deep square leg. The fielder's round, they'll get 2. That's Ngidi with the fielding.
It's just the first over, but already you can see that Sharjah's ground is pretty, it looks the driest of the 3 so far, and of course the square and the pitch. I mean, even it was a 2-day-old pitch yesterday in the game against Sunrisers and Royal Challengers Bangalore, but it still had more grass than on this Sharjah pitch. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be an important factor.
See how it plays out. Onto middle stump again. Smith clips it to square leg. I don't think Chahar should make a habit of bowling there against Steve Smith, but he's got away with that one.
Farong says, evening all from Dhaka, looking forward to the contest tonight. Rajasthan missing some big imports, but this is cricket. Keep up the good work. Smith opening, well, guess the captain needs to set the example. Cheers. And Taiping Shan is on hot mic but can't sync, not because sync doesn't work, because KP is commentating and I'd have to listen to his pretend interest in anyone else in order to sync. But yes, we are on Hot Mic, we are on Sports Tiger, we are on our own Facebook page, we are on YouTube. That is where you can find us, and our website.
Chahar shorter outside off stump. Point is down. Jadeja runs round to just help his mate, but they do get through for a quick single. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for no wicket.
And a few people are with us on Hot Mic. Warren is ever first in. Typing Shan. Irish Outsider says, fire it up. And he's Team Jofra today. Irish Outsider says, if there's a team salary limit, which there is, everybody gets the same salary limit, although how they deal with it is very, very different across teams. Makes sense to control salary for younger players. And then says, too easy / dangerous to speculate. John Tomlinson and Andy also with us, different Andy presumably. Dev Preston and Big Brain 61 are with us on YouTube.
Well, some of the stats guys would beg to differ. Say that Paddy Cowell's numbers in domestic T20 are so far above everyone else's, including a number of those experienced ex-India and ex-IPL players still plying their trade in that competition. But he might have been worth a bit more, but it was Bangalore who unusually picked up a good deal.
Yes,
with
indeed.
him.
Having spent a lot of money on Chris Morris and continuing to spend a lot of money on AB and Kohli. It's this man going to bowl the second over.
Is he a better bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature?
Well, his distinguishing feature is that expression on his face that never changes when he runs into bowl. That one's popped down to point and there's no run.
Interesting that it's Curran getting the new ball alongside Chahar rather than Lungi Ngidi.
Did Curran bowl the first one last time from one end, or was it the other way round? I honestly can't remember. I think Ngidi went for an expensive second over and then they brought Curran in, but I could be wrong. I have been wrong already. Oh, it's big wide from Curran. That's what Smith will make you do. But has he got away with it?
No, it's been given.
No, it's a wide.
Yeah, Sam Curran did bowl the second over in Abu Dhabi on Saturday. So obviously this is early doors, at least the plan.
Yep, they like to stick to their plan. CSK. Here's Curran again. That's more in the channel, and Smith pops it down to backward point where 2 men are lurking, and one of them, surely CSK's best fielder, Ravi Jadeja.
Possibly.
It's interesting.
Sorry, go ahead, Chetan.
Chennai team based in Dubai. First they travel to Abu Dhabi for the first game, then they travel the other direction to Sharjah.
So, if you are the home team, do you always play at the same stadium? Your home games?
No,
you'll play your 7 games at the one stadium. So I think for Chennai and Rajasthan, the home games are going to be at Sharjah.
Pushed through into the covers by Smith. There is a man in the deep, so it's Murali Vijay, so it'll just be 1.
not quite. Every team is playing 3 games in Sharjah. They're both based in Dubai. Both CSK and Rajasthan are playing more games in Dubai compared to Abu Dhabi. So not actually that many more. For Rajasthan are playing 6 in Dubai, 5 in Abu Dhabi, and 3 in Sharjah. As I said, everybody's playing 3 in Sharjah. Chennai are playing 7 in Dubai, 4 in Abu Dhabi, and 3 in Sharjah.
Right, so Dubai is there. Dubai is technically their home ground then. Where you're playing 7, it's actually a home ground, isn't it?
Yes, quite. It's only KKR and Mumbai who are based in Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi, yes.
Okay, interesting. Excuse my lack of ignorance. My non-lack of ignorance. Are these venues sufficiently far apart you have to fly between?
Yeah, no, you don't have to fly. It's just a bus journey. So from Dubai to Abu Dhabi is around 1.5 to 2 hours, depending on the traffic.
Okay.
And then similarly, it's 1.5 hours from Dubai, downtown Dubai to Sharjah.
It's not a very big place.
Well, that's quite carbon friendly, I
In
suppose.
fact, and that's why. I mean, you should see the supercars they have.
Joshua tips that one into the leg side down to deep square. VJ's round again. It'll be another single.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the non-emissions or non-pollution thing because quite a few cars in the UAE. But what I'm actually getting at is that it's an ideal situation for the IPL because you don't really have to fly in between the venues. You just get on a bus. In fact, Chennai didn't even see the pitch at Abu Dhabi until they arrived for the game. So,
all shot from Smith, but he can only get a bottom edge down into the ground. And there'll be no run. Batsman seeming to struggle a little bit to get the pace of this.
Yeah, a little bit. Might have been a cutter from Curran. By the way, Messi Jez has sent in a tweet from the Cricketers analyst. This is the first time Stephen Smith has opened in any professional game of cricket.
Interesting. Wow.
It's not that bad an idea because I mean, slow starts. I don't know. The role of the anchor in T20 cricket is very underrated. If you can have somebody like him who doesn't play those atrocious attacking aerial shots but can stay at the wicket for say 7-8 overs while others around him just get on with the attacking, it's not the worst idea.
He flashes at that one, goes through to Dundee. Well, I don't mind what kind of shots they play. The risk can be different for different. Glenn Maxwell playing the reverse sweep is a lot less risky than other players doing it. Anyway, that's the end of the over. It's 7 for no wicket after 2.
It's also less damaging for an opener to start slowly than it is for somebody in the middle order in general because you've got more time to catch up. Madan Mohan Sharma says Rajasthan may not have stars of T20 but they have performers. I hope they will show an equal contest against CSK. I mean, that certainly used to be the case with Rajasthan, as we discussed a little bit at the top of the show. It used to be the case that Rajasthan would pick up players who weren't particularly well known but fit their strategy very well. The last few years, though, they bought Stephen Smith and Ben Stokes and Jofra Archer and Joss Butler. They spent big on Tamal Mills, I think, a couple of years ago. I might have got that wrong. Actually, I can't remember who Mills was playing for. But yes, he's right, RCB. But those are big name players.
Here comes Chahar, and that's pulled away by Jaiswal into the leg side. There's no one there. It's the first boundary of the innings.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, for me, Ben Stokes is a bit of an anti-Moneyball signing. I think they paid too much for him. Who was he first picked up by? Was it also Rajasthan?
No, it was the Rising Pune Supergiant, for whom he was the player of the season.
They definitely paid too much for him.
They did, although he was player of the season the year they got to the final.
That's true. That is true. 11 for no wicket. Chahar's in again to the left-hander. That's a top edge right up in the air. Someone must catch this. Dhoni's after it. The bowler's after it. The bowler's got there, I think. He threw the ball away so quickly. I thought he dropped it for a second. But it is caught and bowled, and that's the first wicket.
How's that? You missed the bat, I caught you out. How's that?
Jaiswal unable to replicate the performance of the other big young gun that's been talked about, Devdutt Padikkal. Sharpish short ball from Deepak Chahar, too close really to pull, and just a little bit of calling, unlike we saw it from yesterday when a couple of players collided with each other. Deepak Chahar making sure that Dhoni stayed out of his way.
Well, he did a good job because Dhoni was absolutely tearing at him. I think that must have been a very loud call.
Yashasvi Jaiswal goes for 6 off 6 with 1 boundary. Rajasthan having put into bat 11 for 1 after 2 0.2 overs, and it looks like Uthappa's just going to kind of float further and further down the order because this man's coming at 3.
Or sink, yes.
We got to the ground around 9, and by then, Sanju Samson had begun to shine.
Glorious player to watch, Sanju Samson, when he's on form.
He certainly is, and he's played some big innings, but you might question whether his overall contribution has been what it could be over the last 3-4 years.
No, the answer is no.
Wasn't there also, when India came over in 2018, he was meant to be in the white ball squad, am I right? But then failed a fitness test before the season, before the tour, failed the yo-yo test.
Yeah, they failed the yo-yo test, and in fact, he was also included in the white ball squad for the 2014 tour. So he started off really early, but he's nowhere at the moment. So it just shows how inconsistent he has been.
That's onto his legs, and he's flicked it down to a fine leg, and I thought I was going to go for 4 for a second. Indeed, he was very square. He got round to keep it to 2. 1, in fact. Should have been 2, I think.
It's a shorter ground, and generally the outfield is a little quicker. But yeah, coming again to the point about Sanju Samson, he's impressed initially in the IPL. He's had some temperament issues when it's come to domestic cricket, and I think that's probably pegged him back, which has been a major disappointment for everybody who's been watching, following him. He's only just starting to come back and starting to be on the fringes of the Indian team again, but right now the Indian team is just so full.
Yeah, it's difficult to get in there as a batsman. Slower ball, a good slower ball from Chahar, and Smith can only prod it back down the wicket. So he certainly is making a slow start. He's on 4 off 9.
And in fact, if you consider, yesterday we had Padikkal on display. Today we have Jaiswal on display, Ruturaj on display. This is the young batting crop that's starting to come now. So he's already competing with them now. He's now in competition with them as well as those ahead of him. And we're not just talking about as a wicket-keeper batsman, also as a pure batsman. You can only have one keeper, but you can have 3 batsmen.
Pulled away by Smith. He's broken the shackles there. 2 bounces over square leg, and that is 4.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Another player you could throw into that, a guy we'll see tomorrow for KKR, Shubman Gill, who's already on the fringes of the Indian Test squad and has made the one-day international debut. Sanju Samson's now 25 years old, so he's probably a cohort ahead of the likes of Rishabh Pant, and then even further ahead of the likes of Prithvi Shaw and these guys, and Shubman Gill, who are all of the class of 2018. So he needs a couple of big seasons.
He does. Smith punches that one down towards Jadeja. Hard throw. It might have been close, that one. They did get through to the single. Yes, when you say ahead, you mean ahead in age, probably behind.
Ahead in age, because Shubman Gill is already on the fringes, and that is ahead of Sanju Samson. But again, age doesn't really matter in professional sport anymore, does it? I mean, you look at football or Formula 1 or tennis. We have players anywhere between 20 to 22 who are going head-to-head with people who are 25, 28, 30, 32, the legends. Everybody's rubbing shoulders with anybody right now. So the competition is there. They're competing for the same spots.
Well, quite. And, anybody who thinks T20 is a young man's game doesn't watch enough T20. Josie Oak says Dubai isn't dry, Sharjah is dry, and Abu Dhabi is semi-dry. Zampa better be careful where he takes his whiskey. I didn't know he was into whiskey. I thought he was all about the fancy coffee, Adam Zampa. We do have a change of bowling, just the one over from Sam Curran, so it is exactly the same combination in the first 4 overs as it was the other day.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Petey. Let's play Lungi and Petey. Are you down for Lungi and Petey?
Here he comes to Steve Smith. And Smith flicks it over square leg, over backward square leg for 6.
6.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum.
Smaximum, the word coined by our co-founder and lead anchor Nigel Hendo Henderson for a very flat 6, because that barely cleared the advertising hoarding. What a pickup from Stephen Smith.
Yes, and Ngidi went for a very expensive first over in the previous game, so might get jitters after that one. He's only bowling at Steve Smith, don't worry about it. I guess the key is to try to get him off strike.
Well, indeed, and then slow him down. There's an interesting stat that none of Rajasthan Royals batters, apart from Butler last year, scored at over 120 runs per 100 balls, which is just over 7 over, against spin. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when the likes of Piyush Chawla come onto bowl. Still no Imran Tahir for CSK. Piyush Chawla and Ravindra Jadeja. Probably not Kedar Jadhav today.
23 for 1, just into the 4th over. He has managed to, in fact, well, if his aim was to get Steve Smith off strike, he failed, but if his aim was to bowl the dot ball, he succeeded. That was tipped into the leg side for no run.
Interesting from Binoy Sasidaran. I wonder if you're Carolyn. What you're saying about Sanju Samson is not true. He is not getting enough chances. He's proved what he can do. It's the confidence he needs. Remember Rohit Sharma, how he started and the chances he got? I'd love to see Sanju Samson be more consistent, just if only selfishly, because I get to watch him bat more.
Well,
Where's the comment from?
Smith pokes that down into the offside, and this time he will take a single.
A guy called Binoy Sasidaran. He doesn't say where he's from, but Sanju Samson is from Kerala, and I do wonder, Binoy, where are you from? Just let us know. Just interestingly, but yeah.
I'd suggest that when Rohit Sharma was coming through, there wasn't much competition. There weren't any other options.
No, it also depends on what sort of opportunities are available at that time, because
That's what I'm
if
saying.
you look at in the sense when Rohit Sharma was there, India didn't really have a set opening pairing, and you can't really compare Rohit Sharma with Sanju Samson.
Also, Rohit had an outstanding first-class record.
Absolutely,
albeit mostly batting in the middle order for Mumbai, but he was averaging 60 odd in first-class cricket and had done for India A.
Yeah, Rohit Sharma was ahead of Pujara and Rahane and Kohli and everything. He made his debut in 2007, 2008. So
that one's
no comparisons there.
Into the onside, mid-wicket picks it up and there's no run.
And yes, it was. He took his game to another level when he was promoted to open alongside Shikhar Dhawan in the 2013 Champions Trophy, but he'd been around the India side for a few years, which I guess is sort of what Binoy is saying, is that a long run. It's certainly true that players need a long run, and you can't judge people too quickly, but you need to put yourself above the parapet. You need to sort of outperform the people at your level.
Yes, you do. And Ngidi comes in to Samson and he taps that one into the offside. Jadeja makes a showy bit of fielding, but it's effective. There's no run.
It also matters, what sort of setup there is at that particular time. If you look at Rohit Sharma, he was already part of the setup. So if you get a half century, then you get a bit of a rope. For example, for the next 4-5 innings, you keep getting those chances, repeated chances. If you're already part of the setup, Rohit Sharma was part of the setup. He was given that opportunity. He made that opportunity count. He was there. Sanju Samson, whenever he's been given that opportunity, he hasn't made it count. And then you go back to the fringes, and then you need to keep knocking on the door. That hasn't happened.
That one's up in the air. Fielders chasing after it. It's going to go far enough. It does plug. Curran can't get to it to catch it, but he does save the 4-2. Not a fully controlled shot by Samson, I don't think.
No, but fair enough with mid-wicket and mid-on up. He didn't have to get
nothing wrong with the selection. Yeah.
You didn't have to get that much on it. Sanju Samson, his good innings are brilliant. His 100 last year and his 90 odd the year before were two of the best innings I've ever seen in the IPL. But they were, that was his only 50 plus. That was his only 50 plus score last year.
Yes.
His strike rate was good, but not as consistent as he would like. End of the fourth over.
So you're saying he had 150 plus score last year. That's what you're saying, right?
And it was 100, yes.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it was 100, if it was 200. But he had 150 score out of 14 innings. For somebody who gets to bat at number 3 in the IPL, 150 plus score, it's not good enough.
Agreed.
Bottom line, end of line.
No.
Simple as that. You're playing in the IPL, you're batting at number 3 consistently. 150 plus score is not good enough.
You consider some of the records of some of the people who are on the fringes of the Indian team in all formats. Certainly for the Test team, you have to be averaging 60 plus for a couple of years to to be in contention, or certainly you need to have an outstanding season like Rishabh Pant had, or like somebody like Padikkal has had to get into the India A setup, or Gaikwad actually, who we'll see for Chennai.
Curran is back. Smith pushes it into the offside, and I'll take a quick single.
Rishabh Pant started playing India A cricket because he's averaged over 100 at a strike rate of over 100 in a Ranji Trophy season.
Almost an overthrow as it bounced off the stumps, but not quite. It's 27 for 1 in the 5th over.
Yes, we'll have a change at the end of the over. Tony Bishop will come on to replace me reading tweets and social media messages. I'll take over on ball by ball. Delighted to have Chetan Narula with us, broadcaster and commentator based in Delhi, and journalist as well, covering all sorts of cricket for all sorts of outlets.
Well, that's one advantage of our remote broadcasting. We can bring in anyone from anywhere.
I'm glad to be here, guys. I'm just trying to fishing some
Samson
statistics from last year.
Stepped away from that one. I almost thought it was a step away, like you didn't want to face the ball. It was so early, and he stepped a long way. He ended up fishing at the outside off stump and didn't make contact.
See in the Rajasthan dugout the very slight, almost elfin figure of Yashasvi Jaiswal, looking pleased enough with himself, or at least not too disheartened. I think he knows he's going to get a long rope through this season, as he should.
You'll hope so. That's an airy shot. It flicks right through where slip would be, and it really was a bit of an uncontrolled edge, but Samson has got 4 for it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Although maybe we should have another look, because he is capable of playing the finest of cuts.
I think that was onto him a little bit too quickly, and he just sort of steered at it. Yeah, top edge.
That was more edge than cut. Yeah.
Here's a small example that I just want to revisit the Samson debate once again. You look at Sanju Samson, what he did in 2019. You're looking at 12 innings, 342 runs.
Pulls that one away. It's in the air. It's in the air. It's over the square leg boundary for 6.
It's over the second tier.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you're 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you're 60 thing.
I mean, he does play that shot very well, the pull shot.
That must be a short boundary, because as you say, it has gone in the second tier, but it's only 67 metres.
So it's a short ground. It's a short ground, Sharjah compared to Dubai, and I think Dubai is the biggest of the 3. Abu Dhabi maybe next, and then Sharjah. But that was a brilliant shot. It would be 6 anywhere. Most grounds.
That's a nice drive past point. Is the sweeper going to get round? Is, but they'll pick up another 2.
Yeah, so he got 342 runs, Sanju Samson, 12 innings, 102 not out, that's his highest score, but no other half century, and an average of 34, a strike rate of 148. He's batting in the top 3, top 4, yes, agreed. You look at what Surya Kumar Yadav did for Mumbai Indians last year in the same tournament, and he scored 424 runs, 15 matches, 15 innings in fact, and a strike rate of 130, 2 half centuries in there, and he also bats in the top 4 for Mumbai Indians. Why should Sanju Samson have more opportunities than Surya Kumar Yadav? I mean, where's the balancing act there? The bottom line here is just so much talent, so many batsmen at the moment available to the selectors.
Yes.
You just can't have an ordinary season again and again and again, and say, okay, I haven't got enough opportunities. No, just doesn't work like that.
Okay, well, I'll step aside and let Tony and the guys debate that, and I'll be back in 5 overs.
Indeed, Binal Sasidaran is continuing to make the case for Sanju Samson, talking about some excellent performances for Kerala and for India A, but I think, as we've been saying, you need to do better than quite well, given the current Indian setup. Welcome, Tony Bishop.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Rajasthan Royals are 40 for 1, having been put into bat by the Chennai Super Kings here in Sharjah. Up to 5 overs. The man to go, Yashasvi Jaiswal, for a 6 ball 6, caught and bowled by Deepak Chahar. Sanju Samson's on 16 off 9. And Stephen Smith is 17 off 15. Deepak Chahar is going to come back into the attack, bowling his 3rd over in the power play, which tends to be how he was used in the middle overs quite a lot the other day. This is outside off stump and pushed to Kedar Jadhav at cover, and they come through for a single. This Tony and Chetan, this looks like a much truer pitch than we've seen early doors, than we've seen so far in Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
It's a higher scoring ground normally, isn't it? Short boundaries. Pace bowlers tend to be a tad more successful than spin bowlers. Typically around, I think, 170 odds a winning score, I think. So it's, you can expect a few more runs today.
In comes Deepak Chahar over the wicket. Smith walks across to off stump and nudges this to point, who's set back on the edge of the circle. They come through for a single. It looks as though Stephen Smith has been identified, or has identified himself, of course, because he's back captaining the Rajasthan Royals as the anchor very much, and allowing the others to play around him, which will include Josh Buttler from the next game when he's cleared his quarantine period. Of course, he's extended quarantine because he came over with his family and was thus deemed to have been exposed to more risk. Got 2 men behind square up in the circle on the offside. In fact, we've got 4 men up on the offside. At short third man, backward point, quite fine, extra cover and mid off, and everyone back on the leg side. So Chahar balls into the body of Sanju Samson. I think he was expecting that, and he whips it away over the short mid-wicket boundary. Lovely pick-up, 6 runs.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
I think with those short square boundaries, Chetan, it's probably not the best idea unless you're pretty quick to bowl too much back of a length, or short of a length really, because that was a short ball.
Oh, absolutely. Sanju Samson is going to pull them all day long. Enough class in his batting. Brilliant timing. A lot of time to play those shots. It's not the quickest of pitches, although the quicker of the 3 pitches, but yeah, he's going to deposit those 6s all day long. Brilliant shot making so far from Sanju Samson. Really moving along nicely at the moment.
Yeah, 6s to both leg side boundaries, which are only about 65 metres each. So you might have to change your plans to Sanju Samson. Maybe some more wide Yorkers. That is tight to off stump, and Sanju Samson off the back foot punches to mid on, or mid wicket really, where Shane Watson fields. They come through for the single. So 9 runs already off this over from Deepak Chahar, the sole wicket taker for the Chennai Super Kings. Come to your tweets at the end of the over. Of course, we are on, as we were saying at the start of the show, we are alas not on Cricket Tracker today for reasons. We're not going to go into that. But you can tweet us at Guerrilla Cricket. You can leave us comments on Hot Mic. You can leave us comments on our own Facebook page, and quite a few have, which is good to see. This is a poor delivery from Deepak Chahar, half volley outside leg stump, and Sanju Samson just Stephen Smith, in fact, just tickles it round the corner for 4. Trying to bowl straight at Steve Smith, which not a lot of people have a lot of joy with, and getting it wrong on that occasion. So again, the seam bowlers being a little bit expensive early for CSK. We did see this the other day against the Mumbai Indians with Quinton de Kock going off at a rate of knots. Obviously missing Imran Tahir and with no obvious power play spinner, with Harbhajan Singh not available this season. Last ball of the power play, slower ball outside off stump, and Stephen Smith just flat backs it up to Faf du Plessis, who fields hunkily at mid-off. They come through for the single. 14 runs off the over. Decent power play for the Rajasthan Royals, having been put in to bat. They are 55 for 1. Tony.
Did you go through Hot Mic earlier on, Knuckle, or are we doing it for the first time?
No, I have gone through it. I have gone through it once.
Oh, okay. Well, Irish Outsider was asking about team salary limits. But if you've already done that, I won't do it again. I do need to find Twitter though. Here we go. I know you've been in a conversation with Binoy Sazidharan who says, stats don't tell you the facts. Let's compare it with what LMRO 45 did.
Rohit Sharma.
Ah, there you are then. Samson is a match winner who takes enough and more risk in his game, which reflects in his stats too. So this was the discussion around 150 in however much time.
Yeah, selectors don't really go by that.
But he wins more games with lower scores.
I'm not sure that's actually true for Rajasthan.
That's not actually true, but okay.
It might be true for
me. The conversation.
I'm merely relaying the course of the argument, not its validity.
Indeed, Chennai went all seam in the power play, and they've gone to spin straight after the power play as Ravindra Jadeja comes in, left arm over the wickets and is clipped by Stephen Smith up to mid-wicket, where Piyush Chawla comes through to field. We'll give Ravindra Jadeja a jingle now, which I'm sure will last about as long as the over. Jadeja slip in place, Watson in its slip for Samson, who picks him up over mid-wicket again, as we saw in the season opener against Mumbai. Jadeja going too full. It's an easy pickup for Sanju Samson to that long on boundary and over it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Third six already for Sanju Samson, who's on 30 off 13 balls.
Beautiful shot that, wasn't it? I mean, just picked it up and floated it over long on. Not easy to hit Ravindra Jadeja like that, but that was in his arc. And just deposited it so nicely and easily.
And again, this time on off stump, this time over long off. That's gone even further. Second six in a row for Sanju Samson.
5, 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
It was, of course, in Sharjah that Sachin Tendulkar massacred Shane Warne a couple of times famously in the 1990s. This is bringing back memories of those times, not least for the scoreboard operator, who put up storm of sixes. That nearly cleared the roof, in fact, that hit the top tier. Jadeja holds this back a little bit, better length from Jadeja, and a little bit of turn as well, and Sanju Samson is happy to block back to the bowler. There is no run, but Jadeja just a little bit too flat and too full, just not making Sanju Samson make a decision. As,
and in fact, if Jadeja is taken for runs,
as Jadeja is in again on a better length, a little bit of dip this time, and Samson guides this to point. There is no run, Chetan.
Yeah, if Jadeja is taken for runs, that's a problem for Chennai Super Kings, because he's one of their two frontline spinners. They're a bit light on spinners this time around, with Harbhajan Singh pulling out. So Piyush Chawla is the other option, and maybe Kedar Jadhav might need to bowl, but yeah, Jadeja going to so many runs, it's not going to bode well.
Chawla was very good the other day against the Mumbai Indians. A much more classical spinner than some that we see. A little bit of drift into Stephen Smith off the last ball, and it's blocked back to him. There is no run, but a good over. 14 runs off the over with those two big sixes by Sanju Samson after 7 overs at Rajasthan, 68 for 1.
Binoy Sishadaran says, guys, pleasure speaking to you. Thanks for discussing the points. You're very welcome. Jeff Perkins says, don't shoot the tweet reader, begs Tony Bishop. Well, yes, I was ever so slightly saying that. Just the messenger. Farong says, probably RR a length in front, Rajasthan Royals, at the end of the foul play. Racing terminology. Yes, indeed, Farong. Absolutely right. Samson has been impressive. Yes, he has indeed. Let's hope nobody cuts his hair.
Well, quite. We do have a change of bowling. It's going to be twin spin in the just after the power play, as it was against Mumbai. Chennai don't change their plans very often. We'll give him a jingle after this ball. He's in the leg spinner, tosses this up, and Samson goes straight again, hard again, 6 again. Sanju Samson making full use of this good pitch and these short boundaries, over pitched and easily driven back over his head by this man.
Piyush Chawla, yeah, that is his name. Piyush Chawla, that is his name. Piyush.
Sanju Samson on to 43 off 17 balls already, with 5 sixes, 2 pulls off Sam Curran and Deepak Chahar, and 3 sixes straight off the spinners. Make that 4. That's gone over the roof at wideish extra cover. Wonderful shot by Sanju Samson. That was thrown wider by Piyush Chawla. Samson just went through with the shot. No attempt to keep it down. Hammered over the roof.
Having been struck by the bats, the ball pitches beyond the boundary. It's a 6.
Short boundaries be damned. That one hit the roof and bounced clean over it. 49 off 18 balls. The fastest IPL 50 is only 18 balls. So Sanju Samson misses that by 1 run. But what a start he's given the Rajasthan Royals. He cuts this out to Deepak Chahar at deep point. Deep point brings up his first 50 of the season, having made only 1 last year. Sanju Samson 50 off 19 balls. What a whirlwind innings it's been, and what fun to watch.
50 runs, you're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, you're 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
Second fastest IPL 50 by anybody in the history of the IPL. This is outside off stump, a little bit flatter, straight on with the arm, and Stephen Smith is happy to just work this to leg and get Samson back on strike. What a display of pulling the fast bowlers and hitting the spinners straight this has been, Chetan.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm just glad that at the last moment I made him the vice captain of my fantasy team. so that's 1.5 points for 1.5 points for every.
Make that 7 sixes. That might be the biggest of the lot. That's gone clean over the roof. No contact with it that time. Hard and flat. Absolutely hammered for a 7th 6. A 3rd in the over by Sanju Samson. This is a little bit too easy to hit from Piyush Chawla. He's just tossing it up into the arc. It's not really getting above the batter's eye line. It's a little bit too easy to hit, but nonetheless, it needs some hitting. Magnificent straight hits, 92 metres. Stephen Smith looking at Sanju Samson going, bloody hell, mate.
Yeah, that's another 9 points for me, so I'm just really happy.
Not often Piyush Chawla gets hit around like this. He's gone for 20 off the first 5 balls of this over. He only went for 21 in his 4 overs against the Mumbai Indians in Abu Dhabi. 88 for 1, the Rajasthan Royals, with 1 ball to go in the 8th over. Brutal display and beautiful to watch as well from Sanju Samson, who's on 56 off 20. That's fired in flatter. Samson goes back and pushes this out off the back foot to Deepak Chahar. He'll keep the strike. 21 off the over. Magnificent stuff from Sanju Samson. He's on 57 now off 21 balls. Stephen Smith 25 off 21. A strategic timeout, and boy, does CSK need it. Rajasthan 89 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, Jersey Oak says, so how many balls will Watson face today before he's out? LBW. Brian Barish says, g'day friends, I've reactivated my Excel scorebug for the IPL, which marries my love for broadcast scorebugs, my love for cricket, and my love for procrastinating at work. What's it telling us? 6.3, 67 for 1, run rate 10.31. Okay.
He's just made his own
That's
scorecard.
Great. You're just basically doing your own scoring, Brian. Is that what's going on? In which case, well done.
Oh, by the way, we're going to have to re-bowl the last ball of that over because it was a front foot no ball by a spinner, which is absolutely inexcusable. And he's bowled flat, and the free hit has gone for 6 as well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
By a mile, the most expensive over of the IPL so far. 28 runs off it. Stephen Smith getting in on the act. His first 6. What a horrendous... second 6 in fact for Stephen Smith. Piyush Chawla, normally so good, but what a horrendous over that was for him and the Rajasthan Royals, who are now 96 for 1 off 8.
Maybe the second most expensive. I think Chris Jordan went for 30.
That's right, yes, sorry. Chris Jordan did go for 30, thanks to mostly to AB de Villiers yesterday. But nevertheless, oof.
Marcus Stoinis. Chris Jordan plays for Kings 11 now.
What am I talking about, man?
Happens. They change teams all the time.
This is why we get the pros in.
But yeah, I mean, talking about from a CSK perspective, Sanju Samson has made sure that MS Dhoni has a lot of problems now because both of his spinners have been hit. Deepak Chahar has been hit. So who does he turn to now? I mean, obviously he has to bowl Kedar Jadhav today, but again in this mood, Sanju Samson is going to murder his pie-chucking bowling as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's a tough time to be MS Dhoni, and it's wonderful to see Sanju Samson taking the attack to the Chennai bowling. I don't remember many batsmen to be able to do that against Chennai Super Kings.
Certainly not against Piyush Chawla. Jadeja can be oddly hittable sometimes in white ball cricket. He sometimes bowls a little bit too flat, but Chawla is it's very unusual for him to be to overpitch quite so consistently. I'm not even sure if we saw a googly in that over. I mean, it was hard to tell because pretty much every ball was on the half volley, but still wonderful straight hitting by Sanju Samson. Tony, what have we got on social media?
We've got Big Brain 61 on YouTube. Dev Preston also who's looking forward to this, and Yankee 7000 is with us on that as well. I can tell you that Madan Mohan Sharma says Sanju Samson looks quite different in IPL than international T20. Whenever he has got the opportunity to perform in T20 internationals, he looks lacking ability and confidence in both. I wish him to be successful for India also.
He hasn't played very many games. It's not easy for someone coming in for just a few games, to be fair. You can't really judge somebody's 2020 international career until they've played about 20 games, I tend to think.
Well, interestingly enough, the next tweet was from Nitin Bajaj, who was asking the questions, why is Sanju Samson not in the Indian side ahead of Pant?
Because Rishabh Pant is a genius.
Well, there's one reason, and also a pretty well-argued case by Madam Mohan Sharma as well. Vinay Sisaharan says, I think Sanju Samson was following the discussion, made him angry as well. Okay, yeah, well, he certainly launched some big sixes, did he not? Farong says... Sorry, Chesson.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
No,
please go on.
Farong says, Rajasthan Royals are specifically Samson, have just quickened and have shot 3 odd lengths clear. Super impressive thus far. Yes, they certainly have been. Brian Barish says, yeah, that's it. Oh, what was the discussion, or where was the discussion, says KMZ. Yeah, says Brian, that's it. I'm keeping score at home. I do the same thing for baseball. I'm a nerd. Well, you're brave enough to admit it.
You're among the company.
Don't apologise for it either.
No. Nerdery is to be celebrated. Why do you think we're here? Jadeja bowls this on leg stump. A little hint of turn, and Samson just nudges this into the onside for a single. I think that's a bit of a win for Jadeja, really getting Samson off strike with the first ball of the over. No, nerdery is absolutely to be celebrated.
Nerdery.
I'll just say to that comment there, Tony, that if it's really made him angry, he'll probably have more innings, more than just one innings.
Big appeal from Ravindra Jadeja. I'm pretty sure this is sliding down leg, though. Smith was caught by that flatter one that drifted into him. I think he was caught on the pad, but possibly on the top part of the pad. Dhoni's pretty good at calming down his bowlers. Samson is saying it's too high. I thought it was going down leg as well, and Dhoni's too clever to be fooled by even as exuberant an appealer as...
Where did it pitch as well? I wouldn't mind having another look at where it pitched.
I think it pitched in line, probably, but I don't think it...
Probably a bit height as well.
Good delivery from Jadeja. Tight into the pads of Smith, and he can only nudge a single to Deepak Chahar. This is better from Jadeja. He's not tossing it up into the arc. He's holding it back a little bit, getting it to drift into the pad, and it's that drift and dip that makes it hard to hit. You see how much that ball has drifted from outside off stump. It did pitch in line, and it straightened a little bit, but it's a little bit high and possibly just clipping the outside of leg stump.
Yep.
Into Samson. Oh, good delivery from Jadeja. Sharp drift in and beats Samson on the inside part of the bat. He thought it was there for the cut, but suddenly it wasn't, and it scuttled through the inside of the bat, and Dhoni can't quite take cleanly. There is no run. We're seeing this LBW appeal. Apparently not, because the camera cut away at the last second. Samson has a big swing, but loses his shape, and it goes into the leg side off the bottom part of the bat. Chawla fields at deep mid-wicket. Jadeja finally getting a little bit more action on the ball. Oh, by the way, it was hitting leg stump, that LBW appeal on Stephen Smith. So had they reviewed, it would have been out. Everybody got that wrong, including the umpire. This is on-off stump and clipped by Smith into the leg side. Good over from Chennai Super Kings, and they absolutely needed that. Jadeja getting his lengths right, just 5 runs off the over. After 9 overs, though, Rajasthan 100 for 1.
Nitin Bajaj says, well, folks, MSD will roll his arm over a la Lord's 2011, get Samson leg before, like he did KP, and this time, because there is a review, we'll get the decision. Okay, Brian Barish says, with the way he's going, I'm half expecting Samson to put a ball across the Atlantic and through my window at work. Well, as long as he doesn't damage your spreadsheet, Brian, we wouldn't want that. Brian also adds, nerds are cool now. They weren't when I was in high school, but that's okay. We have the last laugh. Fair enough.
The geek shall inherit the earth, as they used to say.
They did.
Trush Charla continuing, Dhoni showing faith in his newly acquired leg spinner. He goes wider on the crease, but it makes absolutely no difference as Stephen Smith fetches this from outside off stump. He's pretty good at fetching the ball from outside off stump, and he's hit that hard and flat and straight for a 6.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum.
Been critical of Piyush Chawla for over pitching. I don't think there was a huge amount wrong with that. That's just really well manufactured by Smith. He tosses this up even further. Chawla, never let it be said he lacks bravery, and Smith guides this out to deep point. But I do think he's bowling too full, Chetan.
That's poor bowling, to be honest, because you look at Jadeja's over after he was hit for 6s, he pulled his length back. He had one full delivery in Sanju Samson's arc in that last over, which Samson tried to hit but could not hit properly, but Piyush Chawla is just putting it in their arc.
Chawla tosses this up and again. He's trying to beat Samson in the flight, but the boundaries aren't long enough for this, and Samson's hitting it too well for this in the arc. Easy pick up, another 6.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Remarkable stuff. 65 off 25 with only 1 4.
This is poor bowling. Absolutely poor bowling.
It's very rare you see Piyush Chawla sort of on autopilot like this. I don't think I've seen a googly into the pitch yet, which is his standard delivery. Not seen anything fired into the pads yet, and this is causing a huge headache for MS Dhoni and for Piyush Chawla. Chawla's gone for 41 off 9 balls. Goes wider on the crease. That's better. That's into the pitch. A little bit of extra bounce. There is some help in for the spinners in this pitch if you can just kind of bowl it into the pitch a little bit. Samson cuts this out to point. There is no run. Think of
pulled his length back on that particular delivery. Doesn't do that often enough. Jadeja can do that. Piyush Chawla not so much.
That he did pull his length back, but that is just a lovely shot from Stephen Smith. He stays deep in his crease and guides it with the open face between short third man and backward point for another boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
On that occasion, the length was right, but the line was wrong.
That's a beautiful shot.
It was a lovely shot.
Gorgeously timed.
Chawla does bowl this into the pitch. That's the googly, which does turn a little bit. I'm surprised, really, that he hasn't bowled so many more of those. A bowler of his experience and class. Smith just takes the single. He'll keep striking. He's on 45 off 29, so no slow coach he. But Sanju Samson, 66 off 26 balls with 8 6s. Remarkable hitting from the wicketkeeper from Kerala. After 10 overs, the Rajasthan Royals are 119 for 1. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Chetan now. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope to see you again through this tournament, Chetan.
Cheers, pleasure, thank you.
Good to see you, Chetan.
Tony will take over on Ball by Ball, not Fred. He'll do some summarising, and Andy Ward will come back on and read your tweets, and I'll be here pressing buttons.
Here, pressing buttons, yes you will. Well, what a good start it's been. 119 for 1 for the Rajasthan Royals. CSK, of course, won their opener, beat the Mumbai Indians by 5 wickets, but they're going to have to sharpen up here. MS Dhoni has got plenty to concern him, as this is just pushed away into the onside. They'll take an easy single. Will Stephen Smith, who has probably been enjoying, he's quite quietly worked his way onto 46 off 30 and has been enjoying the work of Sanju Samson in the meantime. I think he's got Ravi Jadeja to contend with, but Samson will be back on to strike, who's had a fantastic 66 off 26, wide of the off stump though, and through to MS Dhoni. He's got a yellow headband as Ravi Jadeja to accompany his very yellow kit, yellow from top to bottom. And this one is launched high over long off. It's 6 more for Samson. Goodness me, he's still hungry for more. And I should say, of course, that I have been joined by the estimable, not Fred Titmus, and
Afternoon, Tony.
the equally estimable Andy Ward, who has a very clear point of view about what should get a super over and how it should be structured.
Well, let's not air our dirty Twitter laundry. Tony.
Well, you made it dirty. It wasn't dirty when it started.
The
I have
only
to
thing
say that Andy is much more estimable than I am.
Well, yes.
Certainly in this
Well,
form of the game.
Sanju Samson then is going to face Ravi Jadeja again. This one he a little bit more circumspectly works into the onside. They take another single that'll bring Stephen Smith back on to strike. I was looking at Jadeja's best figures, 5 for 16 he got in 2012 for CSK against the Deccan Chargers. The thing that surprised me from that, they used 8 bowlers that day, did CSK. I was wondering what... oh my lord, that's just a complete disaster of a delivery. Not surprisingly a wide. It seemed to slip out of Jadeja's hands. And, well, it'll be a wide. It was a most extraordinary ball outside of the off stump, but it wasn't really meant to be a ball. He's looking for width there. He gets it this time, but Steve Smith cuts it down to the deep cover boundary. It'll net him another single. None for 28 for Jadeja.
If you're getting tonked all around the park, maybe a strategic wide where you think you've got a chance of a stumping might be a good idea.
Well, it could be what he was looking for, Fred, and it's probably a good shout. This one is well played by Samson, who is just putting away the big shots there, and probably quite rightly, because that was a ball right on a length on the off stump. And he just steered it into the offside. They took no run. So 3 overs completed for Ravi Jadeja, none for 28. Knuckle, if you get a chance to answer my question about why on earth 8 bowlers were used when one of them took 5 for 16, I'd be intrigued to know the answer.
Well, I doubt we can. Where did we get to on Twitter?
Very good question. Well, I would say it was all up to date, but what I probably need to do is tell you what that means. No, we're joined by more. Nerds Are Cool was the last one from Brian 8 minutes ago. Leah Hanoverian Hun is with us.
Okay, yes. Leah asks if Samson's sledging bullshittery as good as pants, always very important for a keeper. Nitin says unlikely, says Kerala, where people are polite. Farong says Chowla is looking for a hole to swallow him up. Josie Oak asks what's the worst bowling in the IPL? I think 60 odd. Do we think Chowla will get another over? Who knows? And yes, Chris TB says wouldn't mind seeing Chowla bowlers for and see if he can beat Vampy's IPL
Meantime,
record of
Ngidi
70.
is back into the attack and is cut to Jadeja, who's getting no time off to backward point, and they will take a single.
And sadly, we'll be joined by Nigel Henderson, who says there's only one way to stop Samson. Cut his hair.
Yeah, well, we said that one.
Time to turn the day. Let's play the Mid-innings. Let's play the Mid-innings. Are you down for the Mid-innings?
In comes Ngidi again, right arm over, and played nicely by Samson. Just really lets the ball come onto the bat. Now there must have been a misfield, because it went straight to back. Oh, it was overthrows, was it? And it's Jadeja again, who's not having the best of days out really so far. He looks back. Ngidi looks miffed, as indeed he might.
Looks back in anger.
What is it? Lungisani, a true man, Ngidi, of course, to give him his full name. True man, as in true hyphenated man, not Truman, as in like Truman Capote.
Or Fred Truman. I don't know what's
or Fred Truman, yes, that would probably be a better cricket analogy, wouldn't it? Thanks, Andy. Ngidi again, who's got quite a sharp haircut there, and this one is cut away to third man by Steve Smith. And he will move one south of his 50. 49 for him off 33. Sanju Samson, we already know, has been quite magnificent today. 74 off 31, 132 for 1.
Well, he certainly looks on for the first 100 of this IPL.
Yes, he's certainly moving in the right direction for that. You are quite right. As in comes Ngidi, and cup uppishly by Samson. Has he got enough on it? I don't think he has. Andy, you have absolutely cursed him. He's been caught at deep cover. Gone, I'm afraid, for 74, but what a fine 74 it was.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Brian,
Short.
keeping score at home, asks if overthrows count as buys, if they go towards the back to score. They just count it as extra of whatever it was. So as it was
They
hit,
count
it
for
goes to the
so
batsman.
they count for the batsman, don't they? And against
Unless
the
it
bowler.
was a buy.
Yeah, and it was indeed a buy.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it was a good knock
I'm
by
not with you.
Samson.
You can't be caught off a buy, so I'm not with you there.
No, we're talking about the overthrows a few balls ago.
Oh, right.
They go to
Fair
the, if it's come off the pad, it's a leg by. If it's come off the bat, they go for runs.
Yeah, that's right. It's whatever it started life as. If it started life as a run, it's a run. If it started life as a buy, it's a buy, etc., etc. 132 for 2 then. Young Sanju Samson has finally departed the scene, but not before he'd crashed 74 belligerent runs off 32. And we are going to see Miller pushed up the order. I'm going to keep talking just because I like watching Knuckle windmilling his arms just until after this ball. And this is a down leg. Will probably be given a wide. Indeed it is. And we will let Windy Miller in the Sydenham studio play a jingle.
Next is a real life wire. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Suffer for fire, suffer fire. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day.
In comes Ngidi. Forward comes Smith. It's fielded off his own bowling by Ngidi. There's no run.
Yes, it seems like Robin Utapa is a designated sinker in this batting lineup. He's dropping down and down and down.
Yes. We're watching that wicket again, and poor Samson. It was literally ball after you said he's looking like we're getting a ton
good work,
here.
I thought.
Fantastic effort in the commentary curse stakes. It's very rarely that it's almost sort of urban myth, but it's very rarely it works so precisely as this one is whipped away to leg. They will take one, they sharply take two. They're going to need to be quick now. There's a huge shot because the stump is down at the bowler's end. Smith is lying prone, and I think that's going to be close. Fred, what did you make of that?
Yeah, my first thought was I didn't think he made it, but the fielders don't seem overly
While you're there, can you just say the name of the third umpire for us?
K.
Yes, I can.
Oh, well done. Easy for you to say.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what. There it is. Well, he slid. I mean, it was an impressive slide, I have to say.
His bat?
He's out.
He's bizarre. He's not stretching his bat out. He's gone. I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Because he's got his bat at an angle.
Yeah.
So if the stumps were 12 o'clock, his bat as he slides in is sort of at 10 to 12, which would make me think, had he had it straight, he'd have been in, but he didn't.
I think he kind of realised that.
So he's gone.
Diving with his hand.
Yeah.
How strange.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic.
Miller, of course.
How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
Not
well,
tragic at
David
all.
Miller had an opportunity
Quite funny.
before Joss Butler came back and hasn't taken it.
Yeah, run out without facing. That is not a great stat for any batsman.
As he got the dive in, the bat fell out of his hand as it hit the floor, and he had to sort of reach with his glove.
Yes.
And obviously you've got, well, what is it, about 2 feet? How tall is the bat? 28 inches or something?
Yeah.
20.
If that hadn't happened, he would have been home. It was the angle of the bat that did for him in the end. But he goes into the scorebook. We won't say not troubling the scorers, even though he got 0 off 0 and he's out. The scorers we know and love, of which there are several, all say that's actually very troublesome indeed, rather than not troubling the scorers. So I'm afraid not so good for David Miller. But we're going to see now, finally, the man who's been sinking, but he's now resurfaced. Robbie Utapa, 2450s, 178 IPL matches in his career, 4,411 ones. He's right-handed. He just has Robin written on his shirt.
And his number says 07 rather than just 7.
Oh, 07.
Yes, Robin 07. Well, yeah, that was a strange run out for a number of reasons then, but it indeed was one. We're now back to leg spin and met immediately by Robin Utapa 7. And away into offside, fielded off his own bowling, no run. We're looking at that again. It was whipped to leg. He took one, they came back. Well, indeed, it was Smith who'd done it. Yeah, he drops the bat, he juggles the bat. This one is flicked to long on. Again, just a single.
Jeff wants me to predict a Trump election win. Doesn't work when you do it on purpose. Nitin says, poor Samson, first ungainly shot he plays, he's out. Brian Barish, the ever-elusive diamond duck, and Varong says the double wicket.
Indeed, on to the back foot and crashed away down bound to the deep cover boundary though. So again, just a single. The run rate though, pushing at 11. A couple of wickets lost though, including Samson, will have possibly put the brakes on. Indeed, that is proving the case so far.
The second one will, because it's not like you were losing an established batsman. Didn't place the ball.
This one again is driven down the ground, but only really to extra cover by Robin Utapa. Smith brought up his 50 with the first run of that run out. Yeah, there was so much going on. We forgot to celebrate Stephen Smith.
Because we were all so happy about it.
Stephen Smith, because we were all so thrilled. This one is swung at and missed. And, well, it went for a stumping, did MS.
The umpires are going to go up for everything, even though I don't think his foot ever left the crease. But, well, always worth having a look, I suppose. Nobody's under any time pressure.
Oh, you see, I just said it. Anand Thapad Dahan. Brian Hanrahan. Brian Hanrahan has reviewed from an umpire's perspective. We'll have a look. To me, that back foot was
anchored.
Anchored. Well and truly anchored. Sharp glove work by Emma Stoney, as you would have come to expect.
Why are they wasting time? They find so many ways to waste time.
Well, right. if you hadn't given it and then Stoney stumping and it was out, I don't think the umpiring the next game.
Who do we know from Birmingham? Why is Fred doing a Brummie accent? As this one is pushed away into the offside. Single taken by Utapa. So Stephen Smith is now the rock of the innings, 51 off 36 for him.
And that was a really good over from Chawla. But he's looking at the figures of 3 overs now.
Well, he did. Well, let's call it a good comeback. Let's be positive, Fred, and we'll call it a good comeback.
Right,
after something of a drubbing in his first 2 overs.
It was a good time for him to come back because even the most experienced of batsmen tend after a run out to just hold back a little bit. I don't know. It's more of a psychological thing. And it was a good time for him to come back. But he's happy now. 3 overs, none for 50. Yeah, take that.
Brian Barris asks, any plans to do the US elections? I'll be hiding in the bunker, so not me. And Nissim Bajaj says, speaking of unusual ducks, does Nicholas Pooran getting out for 2 ducks count as a pair? It apparently was the first time anybody's ever done that, to get out twice for
once in the super over and then once in the normal innings, yes.
Yeah.
As this one is away down to deep cover.
Andy perhaps can tell us from something from his past as great bowling figures with a maiden in.
Oh yeah. I have told this one before many times.
Jadeja again. This one is cut again down to deep point.
Yes, I once managed to bowl
single taken.
2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 24.
2 overs, 1 maiden,
none for 24.
So you got whacked for 24 off one of those overs then.
That would be more impressive if the maiden was the second of the 2 overs.
It wasn't, no.
Jadeja's in. This is lofted. Has there? Well, is it enough of it? Yes. No. It plugs well south of the fielder running in deep mid wicket.
What actually happened in brief?
Another
they
single.
Were 9 wickets down, and I was brought on to give them some runs, which I failed in the first over, but I succeeded in the second.
You were brought on to give them runs.
Yes.
Was this a declaration situation?
And you're sticking to it.
Okay. I've only seen that live once.
No,
it was wide by Jadeja and
it was a Sunday game. They only had about 110 of like 38 overs.
So it was an act of charity.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Jadeja, quite round arm is Jadeja, and this one is deep, just clears long off from Stephen Smith. It's gone all the way. It was little Sammy Curran there, who's also got the standard issue yellow headband, and he does confirm rather reluctantly that that's 6 runs now.
Having been struck by
Well, he gets a hand to it, doesn't he? But then he lets it through his hands, and himself jumps over the rope. So he did sort of have hands on it over the rope, but while his feet were still the right side, as it were, of the boundary, and he then dropped it anyway, and then jumped over the rope. So why it's taken that long to figure out that it was a 6, I don't know, but apparently it did. This one is wide again from Jadeja, cut straight to backward point though. Steve Smith will move on. That run rate still about 10.7, but I think the loss of Samson has cost them what would have been a real full-on foot to the floor acceleration now.
Possibly, yes.
And perhaps, but still 149 for 3, 14 overs, 6 overs left, 10 and over. You should be looking at a 200 or 200 and a bit score here, I think, wouldn't you say?
Absolute minimum 210.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So although it's a higher scoring ground with smaller boundaries, what did we work out earlier? 170, I think we said, was about the 175 is the average winning score here, and they ought to clear that and then some more. But it's a strategic timeout, presumably for some highly targeted advertising messages. So, not Fred, what have you got for us?
I don't have any because Andy's doing the tweets.
And Andy, what have you got for us?
I don't have any either.
Okay.
I'll send you a tweet, Andy. Give you something to do.
Can you send me one? Yeah, sure.
What about on other platforms?
I don't think I've ever mentioned that in that game in which I bowled 2 overs, one made, done for 24. I also scored 50. We've scored all the runs and got to 138 for naught, or whatever it was, and then I got out with the scores level, which number 3.
To annoy the number 3.
He was so unimpressed. He went out and hit the first ball for 6.
So hang on. So
probably
basically,
taken his pads off.
Yeah.
So this whole game, you were used as cannon fodder to jack up the opposing team's score.
So I could then get 50. Yes.
Okay, right. Okay, but then you had to get out.
No, I didn't have to.
You just chose to. Was there any reason? I mean, were you in just a uncharacteristically magnanimous mood that day?
No, I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh right, okay. We do have people on hot mic, by the way. Warren wanted to know what the fastest ton in the IPL is. The fastest is Chris Gale's 100 in 30 balls for the RCB. Was the answer from Irish Outsider. And GK says, so will Uthappa with his pot belly make a difference? This should be his last IPL, hopefully. Well, GK is clearly not a Robin Uthappa.
No.
Not a fan of Robin Uthappa, I suspect. But there you have it.
Well, obviously the idea was for Rajasthan to just bring in a bit more experience at the top of the order, but then it's not really Uthappa's strength to bat 5, so again their strategy is maybe not as joined up as it has been in years past.
Yeah.
Andy, just generally the question of batting orders. I mean, is it not the case that you want everybody to try and hit every ball for a boundary all the way through the innings?
In many situations, yes, unless you are literally, this is just my opinion, unless you are literally 40 for 6 on a low pitch where 130 might be a good score.
So then just buy as many bashers as possible, and it doesn't really matter where they bat 1 to 7. Just have all sloggers up and down the order.
That's what the best T10 teams are doing, if you want to get into that.
I'm sure there's some people who try and play out the difficult overs in a T10 as well.
Piyush Chawla, who's going to continue with that none for 50 and he's immediately picked up the wicket of Robin Uthappa, taken at long off. And who's taken that? Oh, it's Faf, isn't it?
Faf.
It's Faf, of course it's Faf, who took it safe as you like, diving forwards. Uthappa has to go, And Chihuahua's day gets even better after 2 overs of unremitting disaster.
It's a very good catch.
Did very low, not easy to take those. Very, very well judged by Plessis.
We've got a glimpse of a side view of Utapa as he's leaving, and I don't know who called him pot-bellied Utapa, but that's a little bit harsh.
Well, he's let's say he's built for comfort, more for speed, as we saw him walking away.
Was that Big Bill Brunsey? Something like that?
Howling Wolf? Either that or Howling Wolf, yeah.
Well, back to
200 pounds of Heavenly Joy was Howling Wolf, I remember that.
Back to your point, I am a bit surprised more teams don't play players like Sunil Narayan in that opening role, because, you know, they can go out and have a free bash, and if he gets out, it's no big deal.
But I don't think about opening, I just think everybody all the way through. I mean, this whole business about having an anchor, you know, somebody going in to back through the innings as an anchor, just bash at everything. I mean, that's the point of the game.
I think you wouldn't do any worse.
Well, it's Rahul Tewata is the new man at the crease. Are we going to jingle him Windmill Man? No, wait until after this delivery anyway. In comes Joala. No, we're going to jingle him anyway. And Tewatia goes back, guides it into the offside, gets himself off the mark straight away. 5 off 9 was the fairly...
It's rare that you find somebody twattier than Steve Smith. But they are together at the crease.
You know, I had that very line near enough playing in my head, and I thought, no, I won't say that.
Oh, someone else always will.
But someone else
to
do it. In comes Strala, this one flicked by Stephen Smith down to long on. Sam Curran does the duties down there. It will be a single. Stephen Smith continues to work his way through his repertoire of ticks, gurns and other curious manoeuvres, touches of the pads,
well,
adjustments of the box.
Maybe when Butler comes back, it'll be Smith and Butler opening.
Yes, indeed. Chihuahua then, 4th ball of his over. On to the back foot goes Tewatia, who does not Tewatia that. He just steers it once more down to Sam Curran, who's been busy. One more is added to the total. That run rate will have declined a bit. So just at the point at which they'd want to be roaring ahead, the brakes have rather gone on, potentially a little belatedly, but by CSK, but they have been put on. Into the onside this goes. Not Fred is going to go cycling after this, or swimming. It's away into the onside anyway. We have one ball left of.
Before we change over, we will have this ball.
That will be handy. 153 for 4. The Rajasthan Royals. It's going to be Chihuahua's last ball of his spell. Indeed, it should be also the last ball of mine for now. That one is just waited for, guided to short third man by Tewatia. So 154 for 4, 15 overs completed. That's it for me for now. I shall leave you with Andy, who's reading some tweets.
Nitin says Utapa's running is like a mastodon undulating through the marsh, chomping in the lilies. Jeff says the ball before Andy got out, the score's tied. He predicted he was going to carry his bat. I thought he did. Madam Mine Sharma says 210 won't be easy. Dhoni may have to show some glimpse of his old days to win. And Nestlers says good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the bear.
All right, Fred.
All right, Bear. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've been throwing money up, but good after bad in this game, which is a bit annoying. Well, no, I got a couple of unders, and then I went for them to get under 198.5, which is still possible. And then I went Sanju Samson to get a ton, which is not bad.
Was that on the back of Andy's prediction, was it?
No, not at all. It just like he was bashing it around the park, and there was only 33 runs to get a ton, and they were offering 9 to 4. I thought that's not too bad, but he didn't make it. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, who's this? Ngidi is back into the attack. It's pulled down to the square leg, and they'll get a single. He's gone for 15. Got 1 off 2 overs. Chula got absolutely mullered, didn't he, earlier? Crikey.
Yeah, what was his figures after 2 overs compared to
none for 46?
after 4
I think.
overs?
I think it was none for 46 after 2.
And then he got sort of like 1 for 10 off the last 2.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, he was just basically coming down the track, wasn't he? He was just doing a golf swing, basically hitting through the line, and.
Well, they weren't actually moving their feet. It was just the golf swing from the crease.
Well, exactly. He's a big lad, though. He's a big lad. I scored. I think I nearly saw him score a ton last year. Well, Smith has gone right across his crease. That's a good shot. He's gone down. Well, he's fallen over, but whilst falling over, he's managed to work it over his shoulder and over short fine leg, and then down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
I mean, running into the offside is not something that Steve Smith only does at T20.
No, exactly. I mean, he's gone so far across there.
that.
I mean, it's quite amazing that he's actually managed to get anything on it, to be fair. And Giddy is into the attack again. 3rd ball of the over. Ooh, that's into the pad. Comes back a bit off the pitch. And it'll go down to deep square leg. And there is 1. So, yeah, the 198.5. They get Smith out now. I fancy they'd do that.
It's a possibility. They've got Parag coming in next, who I understand is a batting all-rounder. And, Tom Curran knows what to do in these situations. Jofra can swing a bat. But yes, getting Smith out certainly would bring the expectation down.
Yeah, the lever shot over fine leg. I mean, was it Archimedes who said, if you give me somewhere to put the lever and I could move the world? It's just a case of meeting the ball on the bat. Doesn't matter where your legs are, as long as you get that angle right, you're okay.
It's true, and that's a good shot. Tawatia has gone over. He's stood and delivered, really. He's gone through the line. Smashed it over extra cover. He's a left-hander. He likes that's going to cross him from Ngidi, and it's gone down to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Now, laughing at foreign players' names has always been a staple of English sports commentary. But I did enjoy yesterday. There was a player called Garg. I just like to say
Garg.
Yeah.
He sounds like a sort of a giant in the Harry Potter books.
Yes.
Oh, that's pulled. Not particularly well by Tawatia. Mistimed. He didn't twat it, put it that way. It fell over mid-wicket's head and went out to the man sweeping on the boundary, and he'll get a single. He was on 10 off 6. Smith is 66 off 43, and this over's gone for 12 already.
12, yep. They take that in, get them to 210, 215.
Yeah.
Never easy.
Well, the average score on here in the last 2 years has been 161, so that would be massively over it. As you say, the boundaries are quite short. But I think Sanju Samson, he got that off 20-odd balls, didn't he? That's swished out by Tawatia. He misses it and goes through to Dhoni, and there ain't no run. And a strike rate, getting 70. Was it 71 or 67 he got? I can't even remember, and it was only 10 minutes ago.
70-odd off 20, 74 off 32.
That's pretty good going, isn't it? I mean,
Good,
strike rate of 210. But that many runs is unusual.
Well, it's going to need someone for CSK to
match it.
Similar innings.
Yeah, indeed.
It's possible that there's 2 games going on in the world. There's this game, and there's a 50-over match in Ireland going on, and it's possible that the T20 score might be higher than the 50-over score in Ireland. So,
what's the 50-over game?
205 for 8.
Who's it between? Northwest Warriors.
Yeah, against Leinster.
Different pitch, I'd imagine, though, Fred.
Yeah, probably slightly different conditions.
Yeah, a green sea would be my bet in Ireland at this time of year. Who is this bowling?
Curran, I think.
It is. It's Sammy Curran. He's into Steve Smith, who plays it out square on the offside to the man on the point boundary. 1 run. 167 for 4. 16.1 overs gone. He's got 2 overs left, Sam Curran. Do you think they'll finish with him? How many bowlers do they have? I've got to have a look at the side here.
Let me have a look. They got Chahar's got 1, Curran 2, and Geely 1. That's probably what they'll do.
Okay.
Just the 5 bowlers so far.
So they're very rigid. Very rigid.
They do tend to be CSK. they know what they like, and they like what they know. They tend to stick to their plans and just bowl their best 5 bowlers, which I think there's a lot to be said for.
Well, true, but one of them's gone for 46 off 2. Oh, that's got to be out. Tawatia has gone out. That's a full ball by Khan. Very full. Got him on a toe. And he's trying to swish across the line to Atia. He's either going to review it because he's got a bat on it. If he hasn't, he's plumb as far as I can see.
Yep.
He's having a little chat with Smith, and I think Smith's waving him off, or is he telling him to review?
No, he's telling him to review.
No, he's telling him to review.
They might as well. They've got a review.
Well, they might as well, I suppose, but pretty out to me.
And also, you've got a chance to keep it a review.
Definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know. That's true. It's going to be great, isn't it? We get to see Twato. I haven't seen Twato for 18 months since the last IPL, but I don't get to see him very often.
This is the sport for superannuated people who weren't that good in the first place. Nitin Bajaj says Garg is pronounced Gurg. Gurg as in gurgle, but pronounced the R. And Barong says, so Samson missed out on the ton for the Bear, and I think I could safely say that the Bear won't double up and back Smith for a possible ton.
No, I didn't. He's not scoring fast enough. Wasn't getting out of the strike. Well, did he get anything on that? He didn't get anything on it, did he? No. There's nothing on it. That's hit him on the toe. That's got to be out. Yeah, it's hitting leg stump.
Well, just going back to what you said about Chowder, he did bowl 2 overs for 47, and they stuck with him, and he bowled the second 2 for 7. So
well, he didn't.
No, they had a break, didn't they?
Fallen. Yeah.
No, because then Ngidi came on and got a wicket, didn't he?
Yes. He came onto the new batsman, which helped, but the decision has been upheld.
And they lose the review, though, because it was fucking plum. So
are we going to see Curran against Curran?
Oh, interesting. Let's give a jingle. Just for that.
I think we are.
Tawatil got 10 off 8.
No, it's Parag. So Curran will have to get another wicket to get his brother out.
You think he's really trying to get there, isn't he? It's so difficult. We've got too many bloody jingle things in here. We have... I can't find him. Here he is. Oh, well. Okay.
Rian Parag, he comes from a Sam. Oh, he looks like a baby 'cause he's 17. Like every teen in history.
Oh, is he the youngster? And his first ball, he just pokes at, defends at, right outside. Has he been run out?
No, I think he played on. No.
I think Sammy Curran's just taking the piss, isn't he? Parag defended. Bat was miles away from his pad. He just dropped it out of the offside, and Sammy Curran came up, kicked the ball back at the stumps, knocked the bails off, and appealed. Like he got him out, but he obviously was just taking the piss.
Appeal, yes.
Was it somebody said in the English season recently that Mark Wood, whenever he does that, he announced he football commentates on the name of a footballer just before he kicks it.
Does he?
Wouldn't be surprised.
That doesn't surprise me. It's a bit crazy.
Ronaldo!
Woody. That's driven by Parag out to the cover boundary. Gets himself 2 runs.
Well,
but when he's got the presence of mind that when he does it with his left foot, he shouts a left-footed footballer.
Well, what footballer would you shout if it was you?
Johnny Barnes.
Brady. Showing my age and my allegiances.
But he'd chip it slowly into the corner of the stumps.
Well, no, he could hit the ball as well. He could.
John Barnes would hit it exquisitely into the leg stump. That's a full toss outside off stump, and Parag opens the face of the bat. Didn't pitch, so it's a pretty shit ball, and gets what it deserved really between the 2 men behind square on the offside, way the way onto a 3rd man boundary, and it'll be one of these.
It's Nissan She.
Coming around a wicket, Sammy. And,
from very wide as well.
Yeah, from very wide.
Ended up I'm sure he was going for that wide Yorker, but
it didn't hit
get those Yorkers a little bit wrong. And when people say why don't they ball the Yorkers, this is why. You only have to get it a little bit wrong, and it's very hittable.
Yeah, but he had 2 third men there as well, and it went between them, so he's a little bit unlucky.
That's better.
That's out.
That's out. That's got to be out.
Yep.
It is indeed out. Well, he might still get to bowl to his brother. He's got an over left. It's a slower ball. I think he run his fingers down the side of the ball, and Parag prodded at it. Got an edge through to the keeper. And he has gone. Karen's got 2 for 24. He bowled pretty well the other day as well, didn't he? If I remember rightly, he had a pretty good game, I believe. Anyway, let's give the batsman a jingle. Oh man, just about held on to that.
Just about.
By the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Yeah, when Dhoni closed the gloves, it's what they call snow cone in baseball, in that the ball, that you could see the top half of the ball out of the gloves, but he had the presence of mind to open his gloves and nestle it right back in so it didn't fall out when he rolled. So that's a good piece of keeping. Unsurprisingly, Dhoni's always been a terrific keeper. Messi Joe says, when Wood kicks the ball, I would expect him to use the name of a polo pony. Or he could go, Shergar, as he wallops that into, well...
They never found Shergar, did they?
No.
Sausages,
no, not yet.
Steaks, I imagine. On the French
Nitin
market.
Bajaj says, left foot, I'm not reading that. Quite horrible football, that bloke. It will only encourage the bear, and we do not need that, because he's gloating about sort of one championship in about 40 years. So, well done. Well done.
What do you mean one championship? Fuck you. We won 19 for a start. Only those bastards under Ferguson who overtook us.
One in 30 years, and even that, you have to...
Well, that's how far everyone else is behind, Fred.
2 months off in the middle.
Well, that's how far you're all behind, you see, because we haven't won one for 30 years. And how many have you won? How many has Arsenal won? 6?
In that 30 years, a lot.
No, how many in that 30 years? 3? Yeah, fuck off. Anyway.
How many QPR won, Andy? Hey?
None, and I don't care.
Well, exactly. It's only because you started spouting crap, Fred. Right. Parag was the last wicket out. Steve Smith is going to face up, because that was the last ball of the over. So Sammy Curran may well get a chance to bowl at his brother, which is going to be quite fun. But Steve Smith is facing up 67 of 44. And I think it's Deepak Chahar back into the attack as it's whipped down to deep square leg. Off the pads, and they will get a single.
Dhoni hits the batsman.
Yeah.
I know, you're right, he is a very effective and very good wicketkeeper, but he does also look really untidy sometimes. Wasn't the best throw, to be fair.
That's a bit harsh. I mean, obviously he's dropped off a little bit as Anno Domini has its effects, but I mean, you could fairly say that he's been the best wicketkeeper in cricket, in all forms of cricket, about most of the last 15 years.
I would say wicketkeeper batsman, a pure wicketkeeper, I'm not sure.
No.
Well, could you name international level? Most of the keepers tend to be batsmen first and keepers second.
Yeah. Can't say Alex Stewart then.
Oh, that's going away from Tom Curran.
Misses it.
Shit.
And Tony goes down on his knees and it comes off his thigh and goes down to third man. It did bounce just before him. It's never pleasant as a keeper to get that. And they'll get through for a bye. So Steve Smith will come back on the strike. 68 at 45. 175 for 6. 2 overs left after this, and I got under 198.5. Now I'm surprised when Sanju Samson was smacked, because I went under that when he got about 50, and I thought he's bound to get out sooner or later. But he ended up doing that. But he got too many runs, and I thought, it's definitely out of the question. At one point, they were offering about 230 under.
So you thought he's bound to get out sooner or later, then you backed him for 100.
Yeah, exactly. I was hedging my bets, and it all went horribly tits up. It was the wrong hedge. They got
both of them wrong.
Yes, exactly. Edged out under edge square on the offside, and there ain't no run. Sorry, there is one run. There's one
You've
run.
been attacked by a mighty hedge trimmer.
Yeah, indeed. Well, there's 15 balls left. And I've got 22 runs to play with. So
they'd be disappointed with less than 200.
They would be indeed, from where they were. But but still, it's over the average, and it's a good score. When someone goes like that, as you say, the other side's got to do the same, and it doesn't happen that often that people get that many runs at that sort of strike rate for that long in a T20. Tom Curran just plays it back down the track, and there's no run.
And Nestlers gives us the commentary that he would use if he was bowling and he then had to kick the ball onto stumps. He would say, a good ball by Dixon, finding Smith, who flicks it through for Thomas! Thomas! It's up for grabs now!
Sod off, Nestlers.
I think I might go Rosenthal must score.
Yeah.
Can't remember what the commentary was exactly.
Chahar in bowls. Oh, swished at by Piggy Smith. He's been given out. No, sorry, it's Tom Curran. He's been given out. He's swished it. The umpire must think he's got an under edge. You haven't got a review left, mate, because your idiot last man fucking reviewed and it was hitting his leg stump. So there ain't one left. He thinks he hasn't hit it. The umpire thinks he has. I think it's definitely come off his thigh, but it's whether there's an under edge onto his thigh. It's gone through to Donny. Or maybe he thinks it didn't carry, but it didn't like to carry to me. It's a question of whether he hit it and whether the umpire thought he hit it.
Well, Tommy Curran has very wisely taken away the opportunity of being got out by his younger brother. So by swishing at that one, but he's been told to go on his way, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, he's not happy. Well, that's a shame. Sammy doesn't get to bowl to Tom. When he seems really upset, he doesn't think he's hit it. It's bowled a length ball. He's tried to pull it. It's probably a bit too full. It's definitely hit his thigh. And unless he's giving him an LBW, which would be really foolish because it went over the top of middle stump off the thigh. So we don't know what. But they haven't given us a reason for out yet. So what? I presume the umpire is going upstairs and saying, "Well, I gave him that." Tommy Curran is still not leaving the field because he's going, "What have you given me out for?"
Because you're out on your bike.
Yeah, well, actually, I've got something here. The umpire's got to say what he's got now. His colours to the mast here. Either I thought you hit it, therefore you were caught.
What difference?
Well, it does matter because if it's gone over the top of middle stump, well, no. I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter in that sense.
He's been given out.
It's like you can appeal for. You don't have to say the reason when you're appealing. He doesn't have to say the reason when he gives you out.
Yes.
No, it's true.
Right.
The umpire,
the only way the umpires can refer it is if they think it hasn't carried.
But it's clearly carried. I mean, he's caught it a foot off the ground.
I've no idea. If you're sent off in football and you hang around arguing it, you get an extra ban.
I think this is what Donny's saying to the umpire. He's saying, "Look, you gave him out, mate. What's going on? I caught it. What are you looking at?"
That's all it can be.
Mr. Antapadamabahan is back into the action, but I'm not sure why. It can only be for whether the ball carried.
It didn't carry.
I'm not sure it did.
Foreshortening. I'm the first to say the F word. Foreshortening. But I
think that's bounced. It's gone up into his gloves.
Yeah, but he might have had his gloves underneath it.
Well, that's true. But again, what's he giving him out? Not out. Well, after all that, what drama? What drama?
Well,
I have no idea what he was given out for, and therefore
back in.
Curran has bullied the umpires into giving a review for that, and I don't think that is a positive step for cricket.
I think he's right to ask if you're giving me out. Did it carry? Because I don't think there's a chance it didn't, isn't there? And clearly the umpire upstairs
he was looking at it.
But I didn't think he'd hit it, so I presumed he was giving him out for LBW. So who knows, mate? Who knows? Run rate 9.87, 176.5. Let's get back into it. 17.5 overs gone, and Tommy Curran is going to face up again. So Sammy Curran may get a chance to bowl at his brother, and he plays a single out. In fact, Tommy Curran will be on strike, and Sammy Curran will start his last over, 177 for 6. And
Farong says, exactly, no review, a calamity, but did it bounce for caught behind? I have no idea. Well, Mr. Annaman, the third umpire thought it had bounced, which means, by the way, that he was definitely given out caught behind. But I do not like the way in which the batsman, basically bullied the umpire into... let's see if the batsman could even see whether...
but now
whether the wicketkeeper caught it, because would he have been looking behind him?
Well,
now
there you go.
Clipping the stumps.
So
now he's been given out, and it was umpire's call.
Indeed, this is quite crazy, and it does
we're
seem
all over the place.
It does seem to me, from reading Crick Info, that he was given out caught.
He must.
Well, yeah, obviously, which is why they overturned it.
Well, yeah, but he clearly didn't hit the fucking ball either. Anyway, into the pads of Tom Curran by Sam Curran, and it's worked square out to deep square leg, and it's a fielder there.
More umpiring controversy.
That's poor umpiring.
We didn't see. I don't agree that it was bad on. But he only didn't see that it didn't carry. Oh yeah.
Well, it's nowhere near the goddamn bat. I mean, it is literally a mile away from the bat.
It's not his fault. It was a mistake. But it's not
It's
his
a mistake,
fault.
yes. Yeah, but picked up sweetly off the pads and straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. Steve Smith has gone out for 69. Sammy Curran gets a third wicket. Can you believe it? The little demon child is bowling like a demon at 3 for 25 he has. And Piggy Smith is gone for 69 off 47.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
Piggy is upset with himself. Now, on that previous call,
I think we can leave that one behind.
Can we?
Just say
okay. I was quite enjoying having it.
This innings has fallen off dramatically. It's not going to get any better now. Smith's out.
No.
Yeah, and in the game that I invented, Northwest Warriors are going to win it comfortably with their 205 for 8 off 50 overs.
I think they are.
Good news for them, although they may not know about it. People are sending in more commentaries, but I think we've done this to death. So let's just move on. Sorry, Alfred Min's pads.
Well, it's an all-English game now. It's Curran against Curran and Archer.
It is indeed. We should have a jingle for the new man, shouldn't we? We have... trying to find...
In the meantime,
treacle.
it's Curran to Curran.
And
digs out a Yorker. He's got 4.
He has got 4. It's gone down to the boundary. I'll play the jingle for that one before I find a jingle for this man.
Not the most convincing way you'd want to hit your brother for 4, but it's still 4.
Oh, here we go.
No, he's hit it into the garden, into the rhubarb as well.
Yes, he has now. No, he has to go and get it.
Yeah.
Edged it off a middle stump, didn't he?
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Who isn't facing, because Tom Curran is. It's a full toss, smash straight back past the bowler. There is a man down at long on who is Jadeja, and they come back for 2. It's a direct hit though from the long on boundary, so they'll probably go upstairs and have a look, because why not? Because it's a direct hit, and it might reasonably be close.
I just wonder if we'll get this innings finished before Mrs. Curran calls them in for tea.
Yeah, this is what they dreamed of as kids. You know, one of them said, "I'll be Chennai Super Kings," and the other one said, "I'll be the Rajasthan Royals in Sharjah." I'm sure that's what they were dreaming of. But we've got another break. We've had
another bloody decision
for 18 overs.
Right, it's in. Get on with it. Get on with it. Get on with it. Yeah, it's hit the stumps and his bat's over the line, so that's not out. 8 balls left, 108, 3 for 7. Pulled, not particularly well timed, straight out to Ngidi at square leg. I presume they've run through for a single.
Yes.
What happens if the umpire sends it upstairs for a run out and for some reason the camera wasn't working? Do they then go back to him and say, "You have to make a decision"?
Oh,
yes, and he goes, "Not out."
Or do you say, "Not out"?
Yeah.
So why doesn't he give a soft signal then?
Well, they can't be asked anymore. And actually, I have to say, with run-outs and stuff, when you consider, sometimes it's millimetres and it's, in the time frame that it happens, it's a fraction of a second. I don't think the eye can accurately pick that up and make a fair, accurate decision. You have a sense. It's in the slot, and Archer just bangs it up to long on. Jadeja fields once more. They're going to come back for 2. They're not. And that will be 19 overs gone, and this the innings has fallen away, and I'm actually in with a chance. 186 for 7. I need under 189 and 8.5. I think I might be okay.
I think you should be favourite.
Oh, that's killed it. Andy thinks you're favourite.
Well, that happened the other day as well.
Well, we saw
Farrell asked, "Have you got the Benny Hill theme? That would be a nice way to end the innings." We actually do have it.
Yeah, we actually do.
Good way to end any innings.
Well, indeed it is.
Well, it depends if you're the bloke being chased or not, I suppose.
No.
Topical 1970s gag.
Exactly.
Yeah, good figures for Sam Curran. 3 for 33 or 4 overs. That's about as good as you're going to get, really, in this game.
as a seamer, I would say so, and he's certainly made a good start in his first 2 games for CSK. He had a little cameo with the bat the other day that helped them over the line. But we can't.
When you say CSK, I think of Moscow rather than
CSK.
Moscow.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Ngidi is going to finish the innings. I'll give him a little jingle.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play.
First ball's been slapped over the bloody bowler's head for 6 runs. Today. Arse.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
It went quite a long way up in the air. Cleared the boundary a reasonable amount. It must be a pretty short boundary because he didn't particularly hit that particularly well, did he? Did Archer, but he cleared the front foot and gave it a big heave through the arc.
Interesting. They got hit 14 sixes and only 9 fours.
Next ball is the same bloody thing. It's gone way up in the sky. I think that's going to go for 6. I'm fucked. You bastard. Archer's just screwed me. I don't believe it.
And he's never done this for England.
I know! And this is what we kept expecting to happen every once in a while, we thought, for England, and I've never seen it happen for England. He just pulls it out for the IPL.
Well, I'm available for hire today. I said Samson was going to get 100. He was out next ball. And I said, you were favourite to defend 12 of that over. And he's done it in 2 balls.
I know.
The minimum. He's done it in the minimum.
Well, no, I've got half a run to play with.
Well, Chris Jordan went for 30 in the last over in the days.
Oh, my word. Is that out? No, it's 6.
In the gap.
Sod off!
It's no difference now, is it?
That's just smeared out over counter corner.
It was as good as a single for you there, Bear.
Yeah, it was.
This is as good as a mile.
Well, he's on for 6 sixes and over. 3 in a row. 198 for 7. They are going to get that 200.
No, we're having a pointless break now whilst nothing happens.
Oh, for crying out loud, what's going on? You tell me maybe it's a no ball as well.
Or maybe they're thinking, did it bounce over the boundary, or was it?
No, it was clearly
I think they're literally just looking for the ball.
Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh, it's a huge no ball.
He can get 42 and over.
43 off the over.
Yes, indeed.
Well, before this over, Andy, I was going to ask you, what's the over or under on the amount, the number of minutes that the last over is going to take? And I was going to suggest 4.5. It might be a big over for that.
It's like injury time, you know, when your team's ahead. It always seems
unbelievable.
Over the line!
Huh?
They've got to be a bit quicker with all shit, though, haven't they? I mean, if it's a no ball, I thought the man off the field was just going to go bing in his ear. It's a no ball.
Yep.
Wasn't a close one either.
No, it was miles.
Well, as I say, Jordan bowled that over for 30 the other day, which also included a no ball. That was off the last ball, which was particularly criminal.
Well, this over's gone for 19. 19 in 4 balls. That's pretty good going by Archer.
Well, he's got 19 off 2 balls off this over.
Yeah.
Or other 19 runs have been scored. He's got 18 of them.
Which always makes you happy that, you know, I could have done better. I could have got 2 balls as well.
Yeah, I probably could have done. Well, Ngidi is up and he's smashed. He's gone again. Oh my word! It's on! It's on! That's gone on the fucking roof, man. That's a huge hit by Archer. Why doesn't he do this for England? Christ almighty. It's a massive 6. He's 25 off ostensibly 3 balls in this over.
Well, as you say, he's had many opportunities back
I know!
A couple of overs for England, and we've never seen it. Just his day.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Likes the IPL, clearly.
Okay, so how many's that? 25 off 3 balls?
Yep. And that was a free hit, wasn't it? Jesus Christ, there's 3 balls left in the over.
What's the record?
No one's ever hit 6 sixes and over in the IPL. Well, they could hit 7 sixes on this one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close. That's another no ball as well. Surely, oh my word, this over is going to take forever. Please. No, they've let it is another
free hit.
It's another free hit, for crying out loud. Archer 25 of 5. He's going at 500, and Ngidi is up to the crease. Bowls, it's wide, and I think it's probably inside the tram line. Is it going to be given as a wide? Yeah, it's given as a wide. So the free hit continues. Oh my God, this is... he's gone off the rails here as Ngidi. Jesus.
Now, by batsman, the most runs in 1 over is Chris Gale, 36, which I should imagine involves more than 6 balls as well. But even so...
Well, this is 25 and there's 4 balls left in the over. This is a second free hit. Ngidi is up to the crease. Archer gives himself some room, gives him a heave. And it's a slower ball by Ngidi. And it's gone through to the keeper and there's no run.
27 off 4 balls.
3 balls.
No, it's still 4 now, isn't it?
No, it's 3 balls now. There was a no ball, followed by a no ball that was a wide, followed by the free hit still, because the wide carried on. He's basically had 3 non-balls, 2 of which he's hit for 6.
This over could go for 54.
Most expensive over, 37. Pranash Paramarasan will be at home watching this eagerly.
Hoping, beyond hope, that Ngidi can overtake him. He only needs to get 12 off the last 2 to... What did you say, 37?
And that was for Kochi Tuskers Kerala, if anyone remembers them. Chris Gale was batting.
Well, 37, 2 6s out.
Same over, I guess.
3 4s or 2 6s will equal that. A 6 and 2
was that
4s.
The Indian Cricket League that was short-lived and ended in
they were
a fury of litigation?
Really? That's into the deck by Ngidi. It comes... maybe he rolled his fingers across it. It seems to come into Archer up towards chest height. He worked it down a long leg and he
shouldn't have taken the run.
Shouldn't have taken the run, no. This over, 28 runs. That was a single. 2 balls left in the over. 214 for 7. And Tom Curran comes on strike.
Yeah, they're going at just under 11 and over. Is that chaseable?
Well, in theory, anything's chaseable, but
yeah,
this has been quite a poor bowling performance, I guess, in the end. Top spin backhand over the top of Ngidi. Sam Curran fields at mid-off, up on the edge of the circle. It'll only be a single.
It gives his bowler an ironic clap as well, which is always nice.
He's just thinking, I've got 3 for 26 off my 4.
Well, he's gone for 6 no ball, 6 no ball, 0 wide, .11. You give him a good clap. Good finish.
Comeback. Well, they've got to more or less what they should have had in the first place.
Yes, after Sanju Samson.
Way.
Yes, it's true, and that's cool. I mean, you have to just get the score, don't you, on the board? It doesn't matter how you get there. And they got the start they got, and they got a bit lucky here at the end, and some poor bowling, and they've got to, it's a big score, 215 for 7. Ngidi, last ball of the innings, in to Boldo Archer, who smashes it back down the ground to Sam Curran. It'll be a single. It's thrown back towards Dhoni. That's the end of the innings. Finally, we got to the end of the innings. It's 216 for 7. We should give you a rundown of the scorecard. I have it up here in front of me.
Okay.
We had Jaiswal was caught and bowled Chahar for 6 off 6. Got a big top edge. Play looked alright before that. And it was caught by Chahar on his follow through. Steve Smith was caught Yadav, bowled Curran on 69, batted pretty well off 47 balls, 4 4s, 4 6s. Sanju Samson batted godlike, really, just kept smashing Pius Chawal for 6 after 6 after 6. He got 74 of 32 deliveries, 1 4 and 9 6s. Was eventually out to Ngidi, caught Chahar, cut out to and caught on the point boundary, really. David Miller run out. Unfortunate, really. Coming back for a second, got his back caught in the turf, which then fell out of his hand, and he had to try and paw his way over the line. He didn't make it and was run out for naught, having faced no balls. It's always a bit bad, isn't it? Robbie Atapa caught Duplessis, bowled Charwa for 5 off 9. Tawatia LBW to Curran for 10 off 8. Parag caught Dhoni, bowled Curran for 6 off 4, and Tom Curran was not out, 10 off 9, 1 4, and then we just saw Jofra Archer there not out, 27 off 8 balls, all of which he scored in the last over. with 4 sixes. Pretty good going. Bowling figures. Chahar 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Sam Curran 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 33. Pick of the bowlers. Lungingidi 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56, and a lot of that coming in the last. He bowled pretty well up to that last over. Ravi Jadeja was okay, 4 overs, none. No maidens, none for 40. And Charwa, who'd gone for 2 overs for 47, ended up with 4 overs, 1 for 55. So a very good comeback from him after being absolutely obliterated. And that left the score on 216 for 7. And therefore we have the innings break, which is 20 minutes. I don't know exactly what we're doing. We are playing...
well, they tend to be a bit quicker than that. For 12-15 minutes. I think the plan was for us to burble on about something, but anyway.
Well, I've got to leg it downstairs and go and see someone who's waiting outside in the car for me.
Well, I'm not. Don't
up.
inflict me on people for 15 minutes. Let's put a jingle on or something, or an interview.
Right. Well, we're going to load up Ashley Gray, who we've got somewhere on an interview.
In the meantime, that makes Royals favourites, CSK, more than 3-1, but who would dare predict anything after what we've seen in the IPL so far, particularly that incredible game between Delhi and Kings 11 a few days ago. Did you see that one?
I've watched a bit of most. I saw what day was that? Sunday or Saturday?
Sunday, yeah.
Sunday. I watched a little bit of it, and it looked... Agarwal, that was the one with Agarwal in, wasn't it?
Agarwal started really slow.
Exactly. Well, I was watching it, and they were 90 off for 6 or something, and it looked like it was going to go horribly wrong. And then
they did 1 off 3 balls and couldn't get it with a dot and 2 wickets. And then Rabada took 2 for 2 in the super over.
Wow, there you go. Right, I have located our thing that we are going to put on. And I am going to bring it out to Ashley Gray, who apparently has won an award. Knackle's going to tweet out what award he's won. I think it's Cricket Writer's Writer. And nominated for Cricket Writer of the Year. So he's cool, and he did an interview with Tony Bishop, and we'll put him on, and we will see you when they come back.
Town in Kingston. He was revered because he had made it out of the ghetto, and he was a rare example of someone who had done that and gone on and done good things with their life up until the rebel tours. And then, of course, after that, when he came back, he was ostracised and seen as an embodiment of everything that Jamaica wasn't about, and the West Indies wasn't about. But then later on, I think there was a feeling that these guys, and especially Richard in particular, had been treated too harshly, and that there was a sense of sympathy for what had happened to him, and a sense that perhaps people had gone too far. And I think that they tolerated him, and now that they saw him as a figure of both mirth and mercy, he was a guy that they felt now that they couldn't neglect him any longer, but they didn't want to get too close to him either, because it would mean that they were kind of tarnished. It was almost like he had a sort of leper status, and these rebels have leper status. If he got too close to them and tried to help them, you would be tarnished, and you would sort of catch their rebel disease almost. So I think that's kind of what I meant by that.
That wasn't necessarily consistent across all of the Caribbean islands. I think you draw a comparison with, I'm going to have to look at my notes for a second, you draw a comparison with Derek Parry, who came from Nevis. So in Jamaica and Barbados, you had a hugely powerful resentment Before they went, I know Michael Manley, the Jamaican Prime Minister, of course, was hugely outspoken, even though he was a big fan of one or two of the players that went.
Absolutely, yeah.
So some islands have been a lot less forgiving and continue to be unforgiving, whereas somewhere like Nevis, smaller island perhaps, seem to re-embrace and happily welcome back its kind of star. Why do you think that would be?
Yeah, I think that in Nevis, the population is only 12,000 or so. There has to be a sense of community there, and they were very proud of what Derek Parry had done. He was a pioneer, along with El Camino Willett, who was the first guy from Nevis to play for West Indies. So these guys, I mean, you're talking about a very tiny island, tiny pinprick of an island, you know, a speck of the old British Empire, and any sense of their own autonomy or independence, or anyone who could help them assert their sense of independence in this new world was a hero to them, and I don't think therefore that they wanted to bring him down in the same way that perhaps that happened in Jamaica, where there was there'd been a history of slave rebellions. There'd been the Maroons who'd rebelled against British rule and gone to live in the mountains of inland Jamaica. And as you say, Michael Manley was so vehemently opposed to apartheid that he not only wanted sanctions against South Africa because of it, he also wanted an air, land and sea boycott. He wanted complete and utter sort of ostracism of South Africa. So yeah, there was just a greater history of anti-apartheid sentiment, I think, in somewhere like Jamaica. But in Barbados, at the government level, there was certainly hostility towards the rebels. And when Malcolm Marshall and Desmond Haynes said no to Ali Bakker's offer of many thousands of dollars to come to South Africa, they were greeted at the airport back in Barbados by a minister of government who told them that they'd made a great decision and they were welcomed back as heroes. Yet at the same time there was a feeling in Barbados which some people consider Barbados to be a little bit more flexible in its approach to money and matters of self-improvement, and there was a feeling there among the people at least that these guys had a right to make their own living, and that they only had a short amount of time to make that living in, so they should be allowed to go to South Africa to make their money.
Well, it's one way you could look at it, and it's massively oversimplistic.
Yep.
But the players were not at the core of the, let's say, the West Indies elite for whatever reason. Yep. Some you could argue were unfortunate in that, David Murray being one of them. But for whatever reasons, had sort of various behavioural issues that counted against him. But there were those who made money and were smart with it, and there were those who had made money and kind of rapidly lost it, and that somehow differentiates those in a way who have come out of it okay, and those who have been perhaps most scarred with it. Now, is that cause and effect, or are they simply related?
Yeah, it's interesting because guys like Murray and Austin, were into drugs big time before they went to South Africa. And David Murray told me that he used to get high before he went out to keep in the Test match, you know, and he said it gave him a good focus during the day. So, yeah, some guys were perhaps always going to end up in some kind of turmoil in later life, but I think what South Africa did was it magnified any addictions or any sort of peccadillos that these guys had. You know, I mean, it turned on a switch in their brains that I think wouldn't have been turned on otherwise, and they became, because of South Africa and not being able to cope with the mental side of being ostracised. It was tipping point, I think.
Yeah, you bring that to life very, very well, actually, through, I think, the story of David Murray. Now there's a number of tragic components to that, not one of which, not least of which, is who his dad is. So perhaps you want to just, you know, but the reason I picked in on him is the way you tell his story. He becomes almost it's the wrong words, but a tragicomic figure, particularly him and Collis King together as a kind of a double act. It's almost like, you know, Lear and the Fool. And every so often David Murray pops up with, albeit drunkenly, sort of a moment of you know, comic truth. Tell us a little bit about the interaction of those two, but also about the story of his father.
David doesn't share his father's name because he was born.
And we're back, and is joining me. Who else is supposed to be on?
I'm just trying to find out. It's Tony.
Can we get old Fred to come back on? He said he needed space either side of bloody T, though, didn't he? Might just be me and you then.
There will be a bit of space. I'll catch up with the tweets. Armchair Cricket Podcast said Njidi had lost it. The IPL record of 37 off and over was seriously under threat. Leah says the Tuskers were a short-lived IPL franchise. Still have a court case pending for wrongful termination from the league. I think you're right, yes. And that brings us up to date.
Well, should we have some jingles
Why
for
not?
the new people at the crease? CSK are opening with, oh yes!
Of course. Guess who's out in the previous game?
LBW?
Yeah, to the in-swinger.
Oh really? Did he review it though?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was smashing middle.
Then he gets out. LBW. Shane Watson.
Oh, it's good to hear that. And this man. Yeah, it's Murray VJ. He's going to open the bowling. Will it be Jofra, do you think? We shall have to have a look, but no, it's not. It's going to be Unad Kat is going to open the bowling for Rajasthan. He sounds like this.
J-Dev Unad Kat, when you find out that he's worth more money than you'll ever earn in your whole life, hardly seems fair.
So I just carry on ball by ball because I'm only here for these two sessions.
Okie doke.
So the first ball is tipped around the corner down to long leg where Jofra is fielding, and there will be one run to get them off the mark. Have you got any things riding on this game?
Not really, no. I was just scrambling around trying to put my golf bets on during the break because the emails came in and you have to be pretty quick or the prices would go. So it was just,
oh right, okay. Where'd you get those from?
I'll talk to you off air.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah,
they are good actually. I should probably I might put them on my own Twitter later because they are worth a recommend.
Okay.
Anyway, CSK did win the previous game. but they got off to quite a poor start. Both these batsmen were out very early. Watson, as they plonked his pad down the wicket, got out Trent Bolt.
Well, he's getting old. I mean, how old is he now? Is Watson? He must
38,
be.
I think.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'll check.
That's. I was going to say that he's close to 40, isn't he? That's clipped down to deep square leg and there's no run. I was going to go under for the fall of the first wicket because that's what I do.
That is what you do.
Got one in the first innings. 24 and a half. They don't.
Watson is 39.
Well, there you go. He's looking at. He kept himself quite fit for a while, but this year he looks a little bit. There's a bit of timber there, I'd say.
A little bit, but this is the only cricket he's playing now.
Well, that's it. Lockdown
Bash,
with Australian portion sizes, which are much like American portion sizes, has to be said. As that's worked down to long leg, and it's a single.
So, how do you feel about this remote style? It's got its pluses. I know it's not as good, but.
Sorry.
How do you feel about this remote style of broadcasting? We're not in the studio. We're all.
I don't mind it. I think it has its pluses in that we can grab anyone from anywhere at any time.
Yes.
Which makes it easy for people who want to be on the other end. The bad thing is that I have to be here all the time. Or knackle. That's guided down by Watson into the ground. There's two men behind square on the offside and a slip. So I guess they figure he might try that, and it hits the finer of the two men on the edge of the circle, and there is no run.
Well,
so in that respect I like it, but I do think that miscommunication happens over Zoom quite a lot. People don't hear jingles, a lot of talking over.
Yes, it's a bit more difficult to get cues off people sometimes. We do talk over each other. We apologise for that. It's a bit more difficult when you're remote. There were a couple of those T20 games towards the end. I was glad the games finished at 9:30 and I could just turn my computer off and I was home. I didn't have to go and stand at Sydenham Station and trek through South London.
Indeed. Into the pads of Watson, who just clips it out to mid-wicket. They run through for a single anyway. 4 for none off 5 balls at the first over. Yeah, so generally I've not minded it. I don't mind being here on my own during the day. My wife has got a job now, which makes my life a lot harder. I can't complain. It's good, but it means I have a bit more responsibility. And it's good that Knackle knows things, but he's going off to college.
So where are the Cubs right now then?
Well, the Cubs are at home on their own. I don't mind leaving them at home on their own, but they don't really cook. And
how old's the oldest?
15 on Friday.
Okay, we won't call social services just yet.
No, they're fine at home. I mean, this is it. And the middle one is to be playing fucking Xbox, and the other two will just be staring at screens or something. That's played out square on the offside, straight to the fielder, who throws at the stumps. Another overthrow. That was one of the first innings, a bit pointless, really.
Yep.
But they'll get a run. CSK get 5 for none, and they need to go at over 10 and over.
Over 10, definitely, yes. So 5 singles off the over, but as you say, it's a better start than they had last time. These two are certainly capable of getting going, but instead of, as I rather embarrassingly said at the start of this game, Watson's going to bowl to Smith. Smith is instead handing... Jofra's going to bowl to Smith. Smith is instead handing Jofra the ball.
Well, yeah, and that should be fun. Jofra to Smith. You wonder if his eyes are going to start going. I mean, this is it. If you don't play much cricket for a year, and you're 39, and then Jofra comes in and bowls at 90 miles an hour at you.
It's reaction. I know we say eyes, but it's reaction.
It's reaction. No, sorry, let's play a jingle for the bowler.
Yep.
Oh God, I can't find anybody in here. There he is.
He will break your helmet, break your heart.
Jofra, first ball into the pads of VJ, who just works on the leg side. Doesn't go anywhere. Jofra fills up his own bowling, no run.
On your mum.
Scuppered your bet.
Yeah, that was really annoying. Come on, Jofra, do me a favour on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, he owes you one.
He does. A nice couple of early wickets. Keep trying to get 2 in, because often you can get 9 for 2
2.
Yeah, exactly. That's driven, nicely driven. but decent bit of fielding at point. David Miller, and there is no run.
An interesting buy for the Royals, Miller. I think they might have got quite a good deal on him. I mean, there's a lot of competition for those overseas slots, but he's a very capable T20 batsman. Unfortunately, run out without facing.
Yeah, he hits the ball bloody hard. Archer in and guided by VJ down to third man. He'll get himself a single. How much did he cost?
I can find out, but you'll have to wibble while I'm doing that.
Yeah, I had all this up yesterday, but of course none of it actually stays in your head. You need it in front of you because there's so many bloody figures involved in this. I wonder I'd be interested to know how much Watson was this year. Was he a retained player? Knack will come on.
Well, I can get the prices. I can't give you perhaps all the whys and wherefores.
We had it on a stat though. I should have it up. I should have it printed really, and I should have it up in front of me.
Watson CSK. Sorry, Miller was only $100,000. That's a real bargain.
That is pretty good money. I was shocked that Chris Morris was $1 million.
What you need is two franchises bidding for you.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
You're laughing, yeah.
That's hit square, defended square by Shane Watson, and there is no run. Ooh, the blings out. He's had it especially polished as Jofra. It's looking very, very natty against that blue top of his, isn't it? It's fucking huge, great gold chain.
It's a big one. Watson, $500,000. Not bad. 39.
Not bad when you're 39. Would I pay 500,000 for Twato?
$5 for a coffee.
Exactly. On your bike, mate. He did win in the final a couple of years. Was it 2 years ago? Or 3 years ago?
Last year as well.
Yeah. I mean, he is still a sweet time at the ball, but you do wonder. Just dabs that down on the offside. There's no run. Sorry, a single down towards third man.
Well, really CSK are the one franchise above all others who I think value experience over athleticism. They reckon they can get by in the field, and they think the extra know-how, the batting and bowling, is worth it. So we've got Dhoni and Watson and Faf and Jadeja. Well, Jadeja's probably not that old.
No, Jadeja's still, exactly, still playing his trade, still playing Test cricket. Faf, he's retired now, isn't he? After England
from South Africa, has he?
I think so. After the Test series, didn't he? We beat them, and he certainly gave up the captaincy. That's fast into the hip of VJ. He takes his bottom hand off and works it down to fine leg, long leg, and it will be a single.
Well, I'll have a look on Twitter and see if anyone's back. Farong says CSK well behind the 8 ball. What odds are they? I will find out for you. They've probably gone a bit longer now. Bear with me. In play. No, about the same as they started the innings, just over 3-1.
3-1. A bit short.
I think so.
For me.
215, yeah.
This sort of score doesn't really get chased down that much, and that sort of innings that happen from Sanju Samson doesn't actually happen that often.
And he got, plenty of support from Steve Smith.
Yeah, and that strange over last over the innings. That's 4 though. That's very helpful for them. Exactly that. It's a leg side delivery by Nakat.
It's another no ball. Oh no, he's just doing the wavy forces.
Yeah, it was down leg side, and he just helped it on its way, and it's gone for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
You ever bowled them over like that and Gidi over, where it just felt like a nightmare and it would never end?
And as Knuckle actually said, this will be the highest ever chase, or joint highest chase in IPL history if they make it. Next ball is beautifully driven by VJ, straight back down the track though, and it's got another 4.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
And we welcome back Tony.
Hello.
Right,
what
mate.
a nutty last over that was. Lord above.
Yeah, ruined my money ball bet.
Oh dear, sorry to hear that.
fended out towards cover. They go for the single. Ooh, if it had hit the stumps there was a VJ started and then went. Watson went all the way. They went to the right end. There's a shy at the bowler's end. Couldn't see who's got the cap on. Is that Sanju Samson? And he missed the stumps, and there's no run. No.
Wearing a very fetching pink floppy hat.
There's Tawatia.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation there.
It was not a bad throw. Missed it by a very short margin, and I think if it had hit the stumps, there'd have been a run out, but didn't. And they got through for the single. 17 for none off 2.3 overs. Target is massive 217. In a cat.
What are they going at the moment then?
Not a lot.
Shade over 7.
Yeah.
And they need to be going at 11.
11.43 at the moment.
11.4, yeah.
That's played square on the offside. Oh my word. VJ has come herring down the track, wanting the single. Watson doesn't want anything to do with it. Yeah, there's going to be a run out here. And there is no run. This is the thing, if Watson does get in, you can certainly, there's a lot of picking up over that leg side and hits it a long way. Short boundaries.
Yep. That's what they'll be hoping for.
Well, that's what they will be hoping for, indeed. I'm hoping for a wicket in the next 6 runs, however. Unicat in, bowled. Oh, and it's a slower ball bouncer.
Yep.
Swished at, no, it's given us a bloody wide. Swished at by Watson. But he gets nothing on it, and it goes through the keeper, and it's one of these.
Wide.
Have you watched any of the coverage actually on TV?
No, not really. I've just been too busy doing our stuff so far.
Yeah. The soundtrack is interesting on the TV. They've gone full on soundtrack. So they've got some guy doing like proper sound. So, you know, when someone hits a 6, they've got someone pressing the button and getting a big sort of IPL cheer and everything going on.
Okay.
It's pulled out to deep square leg by Watson. They're only going to signal. But it looks a bit weird with empty stands. Like
it does.
Well, it's the same with football, isn't it?
They haven't.
But they don't see. Yeah, but English football also. I mean, when I was listening earlier today, you can hardly hear the commentators. They've got the crowd noise up so loud that it's like people would be tweeting us in, going, "I can't hear you. The crowd's too noisy." I mean, literally, you cannot hear.
I did notice the other day, it made me laugh a bit, when Brighton scored each goal at Newcastle. They did a huge crowd cheer when there would in fact be 100 Brighton fans at Newcastle, if you're lucky.
It's true. There'd be a huge boo going out around.
It is well synced though. Strangely enough.
Yeah, well, they got the money, haven't they? They can pay someone who sits there pressing a button every time it happens. It's
well, there are different ways of doing it. They had a dot ball there.
Yeah, exactly. Dot ball.
QPR, some of them have a bit more sophisticated system. QPR do, where they've got people in specially and they get the chants going, and they get the kind try and get
like a choir. Almost.
Exactly. But
we need to try and get the man who goes way to go way at the right moments.
Well,
I suppose
occasionally it works by chance.
Serendipity, yes.
I mean,
it's a bit like a clock that's right twice a day.
In fact, if you were sharp about it, you could have a Zoom choir that you could then beam into the. You could get fans; they could all be on Zoom. If they all had decent sound, you could get them all to come in. You could capture that.
It'd work fine.
And it would work fine, exactly. And you could put it out on the broadcast.
A very quick point of order question, chaps. Who's supposed to be doing what? Because I was originally doing ball by ball, but I'm late for good reasons.
You're not doing
it.
Exactly.
Do you want me? Who's doing social media? Is Andy on top of that?
Yeah, he's on top of that. So you can just summarise. I'll take
chip in occasionally.
Yeah, exactly. Pulled up in his run, Archer. 19 for none. Watson on strike. 4 of 7 deliveries. 14 off 11. VJ.
Leah says, wow, Unadkat goes for just 5 from the first, but here we go again. JDAF, none for plenty. Unadkat. And I was a bit distracted off social media. I just got an email saying Uniswap has gone on my crypto exchange. I might be having some of that.
What's that?
Yeah, either you know what that means or you don't.
I don't. That's what we know that Watson does. He chips that beautifully. You can't bowl there to him, and he does exactly what Watson does. Clips that off his toes over deep square leg, and it's gone all the way into what would be the crowds, but there aren't any. But I'm sure on the TV they'll be cheering vociferously. It's one of these.
Just like you said, you bowl on his pads, short boundary.
That's what happens. You really cannot bowl there to him. I mean, even at 39, you'll be able to do that all day long. And gets what it deserves, really. 75 metres. That's not a very big boundary, is it? Because that went quite far back. Oh, but he's pinged him on the pads too high. Yeah, there's a big appeal by Joffre. Everyone was quite excited, but like me,
we're just wanting that LBW, aren't we?
Yeah, and they're not going to review it. It's too high.
3 for 15, Joffre's best numbers in the IPL. I was looking at, got them last year at Chandigarh against Kings 11 Punjab.
And I presume is this his third IPL?
I can tell you that too in a moment. Chris Gale was one of those. Decent wicket.
Oh, I think he got toe end on that.
Maybe that wasn't too high.
Well, it wasn't. If it didn't, I thought then maybe it got bat. I don't know. If it didn't get bat, then yeah, it seemed to give it a low after all that. Anyway, 25 for none. Archer is in, bowls, and
inside edge.
Another bit. Inside edge goes past the stumps, down to the keeper. Again, there's a little bit of confusion between VJ and Watson as to whether there's a run. Watson sort of takes a few paces down. There's a shot at the stumps. I think he probably got back, but ended up being no run. 25 for none.
Yeah, this is his third IPL.
Okay. Let's have a look.
And he's taken in total. Oh, I'm looking at his batting. I'll tell you what he's been like.
I don't think that was too high, Andy. I'm going to say. I'm going to nail my colours to the mast. It was umpire's call. It wasn't given out though.
Okay.
26 wickets at 23.69 is not bad going, I don't think, at all. Seems to be enjoying himself too, doesn't he?
Is the 23.69 balls or his actual average?
No, that's his average. His strike rate is 18.88, so a shade under 19, which is also pretty good.
He's won a game. That's pulled by Watson. Didn't get much timing on that at all. And it just goes out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. This over, 145 kilometres an hour, which is 90. He's pointing to his mid-wicket. He wants out.
Madan Mohan Sharma says 216 is about the most Rajasthan are going to score with the players they have, so if you don't win today, then it's going to be difficult for them to win a match batting first.
Wow, 216 is a pretty good score even batting first, let's be honest. In a T20 at 10 and over to go consistently for that for 20 overs is pretty good going. That's played square and out to the man on the 30-yard circle at backward point. There's no run.
Well, I wonder, how far it could go. I was joking about T10 earlier on, but they've seen score of 150 in T10, I think, and that was only for 3 wickets down. It just goes to show, as Fred was saying, if you just go out and blast everything.
Well, yeah, one day you're going to get lucky, aren't you? Exactly, this is it. A decent batsman who gets his eye in quick and gets. I mean, to a certain degree, you've got to be lucky for the first 2 or 3 balls, haven't you? And that's about it, really, if you're good enough. Next ball is on the back foot. Watson just defends it into the ground. There's no run.
Good comeback for Archer.
Really good comeback.
5 dots. Yep.
25 for none. Yeah, that's it. I mean, if you're lucky and you get 3 balls that you swing at and get 4, 4, 6, maybe, a couple of outside edges and 1 off the middle, and then you're off and running, which is pretty much what Sanju did today. And then you take your chances and you just keep swinging and swinging and swinging. Some crazy scores are possible.
Yeah.
300's never been scored in the T20, but I don't see a game where 280. They didn't bloody Afghanistan get 280 odd against Ireland in that T20
did
we did. I think it was like something like that.
I'll go and look that up as well.
That was right. And Knackle was here. We were watching it. It was in that. It was after the Test match that Ireland played in Dunedin. Not Dunedin, wherever it was in northern India, where Afghanistan play at home. Dehradun, that's it. It's like Dunedin, but it's Dehradun. That's right. And I'm sure they got 280.
Yes, you're right. You're right. 278 for 3.
That's right. And
Afghanistan against Ireland last year.
And Fat Bloke got 150 odd, didn't he?
Fat Bloke.
Yeah, you know
Shazad.
that. Yeah, that's one.
Who was it? Sorry, Andy.
Shazad.
Shazad.
The keeper. That's played square on your side and there's no run.
Lord.
How's Attila?
fat bloke and
Andrew
weirdo.
Watts. Yeah, that's right.
What a pair they'd be.
Yeah, well,
together.
you know, VJ in bowls. Oh dear, dived over the top of it. Whoever that was at square leg, it literally just dived over the top of it, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs. And we have a new batsman, and it is Raz Gopal.
Hey, Shreyas Gopal's in. Hey, Shreyas Gopal's on. Hey, Shreyas Gopal. Bats and balls.
I did the fielder a bit of disservice there. I thought he'd come in and dived over it, trying
Yeah,
to stop it.
I wasn't going to say, but I thought it went a bit wide of him. Yeah.
But it did go quite wide of him, and he got nowhere near it, and he wasn't going to get anywhere near it as well. So I did him a disservice. I apologise. Again, it's a bit short and similar sort of shot pulled, but this time hits the fielder.
It's the young opener whose name I was struggling with. Easy to spot because he has 267 on his shirt, which no doubt is some innings he scored somewhere. I think that shows a bit of insecurity if you have to put that on your back.
Well, yeah. Gopal in bowls and clipped nicely up to long on. He'll get a single, and after 4.4 overs, 30 is not really cutting it.
It's not enough, no. It's not enough so far.
We're waiting for the Dhoni show.
But Dhoni, is he? Well, yes, he can be. I remember playing there's one game at Lords, was it an ODI? He played the weirdest innings ever. I mean, India weren't going to win, but
The
he basically...
top 10 of those are all Dhoni in the World Cup.
Yeah. No, I don't think it was the World Cup.
I think it was.
I think it was the World Cup, yeah.
There are many of them.
There are one or two, but I mean, it was
Against
basically
England?
played it like a test match playing for a draw. It was an extraordinary innings. I remember it.
Well, he
very well.
always
I think I
backs
was there,
himself.
that's why I remember it.
Yeah, he always backs himself to eventually be able to up the rate and clout it out of the ground, doesn't he? It's become apparent that his powers are waning over the last couple of years. I mean, would this be his last IPL? Who knows? He's what, 40, 41 now?
Doubt it. I'm sure they could squeeze one more.
Oh, I'm sure he could. He doesn't need the cash, probably. That's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Doesn't he want to join the army or something?
He always buy some more motorbikes.
Yeah. He could do a lot. He's probably fucking minted.
Oh,
you know, he could sponsor
one
us.
One of the richest sportsmen in the world.
Yeah.
With, endorsements.
That's true. He was, in fact, the richest sportsman, wasn't he? And, a few years back. Well, again, you can't bowl there. Watson down the leg side. He's hit that onto the roof of the little tenty things on the stands. It's a short boundary out there, and he's walloped it well over it for 6 runs.
Well, I'm out if someone's ready to come in.
I'm out too. It's supposed to be not Fred, Tony, and Knackle are coming in. Knackle's going to come in and take over for me. Not Fred is going to be joining over there. I'm off for the day, but I'm back for the entire game tomorrow. You are.
Actually, am I supposed to do anything? I might not be doing
summarising, and not Fred is supposed to.
Am
be, Yes,
Great.
not Fred is ball by balling. I'll see you all tomorrow. Until then, goodbye.
Bye, Bear. Thanks very much. So, Tony, you're the summariser for this stint. So, how about summarising the last 5 overs? Because I've missed them all.
Well, I've missed most of them.
Okay. We'll wait till Knackle to come in. Maybe he's watched them. Tell the poor listener exactly what's going on. Anyway, what I can tell you is that CSK are 36 to no wicket off 5 overs with a target of 217. So it's fair to say they're well behind the rate at the moment. And we're going to see the newly shorn Tom Curran come into the attack.
South African. Let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more. Let Tom Curran. Let Tom Curran.
Has played the IPL before for the Kolkata Knight Riders, but this is his first go for the Rajasthan Royals, and it'll be probably his first full season because he didn't play all that much for KKR a few years ago. We've seen Shane Watson catch up after slow starts, most memorably in the 2018 final where he brutalised the Sunrisers Hyderabad by himself. But the required run rate, as you said, as you kind of intimated, Fred, is already over 12 and over.
And 12 is gettable off in a 15 over stretch, especially since they have 10 wickets in hand, so they're not thinking about conserving wickets for final pushes. Curran, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed VJ and goes past the outside. There's a ball that kept very, very low and was almost on the third bounce by the time it got through to the keeper. So a dot ball from Tom Curran to start. We saw an interesting innings from him earlier, which seemingly ended, and then after a long debate, it continued. What happened was he was given out caught behind. They didn't have any reviews, Rajasthan. He hung around, sort of bullying the umpires into seeing whether it carried to Dhoni. And finally, the third umpire decided that it didn't. But as he bowls the next ball, which comes off the pad going down the leg side, a startled appeal from Curran. It's one leg by. And he hung around, as I say, and the third umpire said he wasn't sure that it carried, so he gave him not out. But then they had another look, and he would have been out LBW. So it was all very strange, and something that Rajasthan will presumably be annoyed about in the final analysis. In other words, when they get beaten by 70 runs in this game, they'll have something to complain about, with some justification.
It'd be interesting for Rajasthan to be beaten by 70 runs, given that they batted first.
Yes, or CSK, MS Dhoni, who's not one to make excessive complaints. But he may be having a quiet word behind the scenes, because he's obviously somebody whose word carries a lot of weight in Indian cricket, as Curran bowls. And this is on the leg side, and we've said it before, and we're going to be saying it as many times as it does it, but you can't bowl on the leg stump to Shane Watson. He's flicked it over backwards square leg for 6 easy runs.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Yeah, it's still.
Let's all shout at once. You can't bowl there, and maybe it'll carry as far as Sharjah.
He's still one of the best players of the pull shot in the world, Shane Watson. He's so powerful through that region, and even with
that wasn't even a pull, was it? I mean, that was just a little help around the corner.
It was
already on its way down leg. It was just pure timing.
Yeah.
Economy of effort and excellent timing.
You sort of feel that he would adjust the
levers earlier, and it was levered. Watson faces up to Curran again, and guess what? It's gone over deep backward square leg for 6 more. A big 6.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Rajasthan haven't really learnt from what CSK dealt up. The stuff that was going was the stuff tossed up, or not even really tossed up, floated up from the spinners, and then the stuff that was banged in at pace from the fast bowlers. I think as a seamer here, you've got to be either Yorker, whether that's wide or straight, or slower balls into the wicket. That sort of at not even that great pace, but that sort of full pace length ball is just too easy with these short boundaries.
It was just short of a length, and it wasn't leg-sided. It was sort of helped round from middle and off, or maybe middle of stump. So the direction was better, but short balls are not really. It's not the percentage delivery at the moment, as Watson faces up to Curran again, and this is outside the off stump, and it's cut well. The third man is up. He had no chance of cutting that off. It's 4 runs to Shane LBW Watson.
On Saturday, we had the remarkable incident of Shane Watson being out LBW and not reviewing.
Did they have any reviews left?
Oh yeah. It was in the first. It was right at the start of the chase. First
his
over
mind's
chase.
going. He's not a young man. He's 39 years old, and it's early onset not reviewing. Let's put it that way. As he faces up to Curran again. The last 3 balls have gone 6-6-4. Let's see what England's limited overs bowler can bowl. A floaty full ball outside off stump, and Watson can only play this to cover. So a moral victory, an actual victory for Curran. It's a dot ball, and that's the end of the 6 over. 53 for no wicket, a successful one for CSK. I don't know who's doing media messages, but let's have some.
I can do those if you like. Well, no, you're
It is me. Leah, the Hanoverian Hun, talking about Jaydev Nadkut, says he's pretty good in the Ranji Trophy. I just don't think he's very good in T20s. He's had a weird career. 2017, he was the second highest run scorer in the tournament. Wicket taker in the tournament, rather. Got bought for well over £1 million by the Rajasthan Royals, and then 2 years in a row has been released and bought back for progressively less money.
Well, you can't argue with the market. If you're only worth what somebody's prepared to pay for you, and it's better than not being bought, I suppose.
Yeah, indeed. I think he was for a while the most expensive. I think in 2018 he was the most expensive Indian player in the auction. when he was bought, and it didn't really work out too well for him. CS Rajasthan are going to go to their second leg spinner.
Tuatio it is, who scored a few runs earlier. I haven't got the scorecard up in front of me, but didn't hang around for too long.
He scored 10 off 8. Yeah, so not that fast.
His first ball is a late ball outside the off stump, and it's lifted over wide mid-off. Bounces a couple of times. Curran comes round from the long off the field, and they just take a single. That was Vijay got that single. 54 now the score. Well, 10 wickets in hand. I think it's legitimate for both these batsmen, chasing a target of 217, to try and hit every ball hard, because if you get a couple of really good overs at this point, you can not quite break the back of the chase, but you can put yourself in get closer to par. And with 10 wickets in hand, you can afford that, as Twaki evolves to Watson, who doesn't listen to me. He just plays this along the ground out to deep mid-off for a single. Not the first time Watson hasn't listened to me.
When the ball's been sort of held back a little bit, it's been a little bit harder, because there is some turn in this bucket. It's not that quick. I think this is not the pitch that Sanju Samson made it look.
Well, a lot of his shots were from full deliveries, and he was just swinging sort of golf shots. He was hitting them back over the bowler's head and hitting them a long way. Twaki up to the wicket now, but on leg stump, and this is turned through the vacant mid wicket to the vacant bare position, out for a single.
On their official website, he's quoted as saying, "Time to get down and get the job done for the team."
Who's quoted?
Rahul Tewatia.
Is he suggesting that he hasn't done that previously?
No. I've been quite enjoying all the various websites of the different teams, most of which are exceptionally awful.
Yeah.
And this one is a vapid to more than most, I fear.
Well, you think with the amount of money that the IPL generates, as Twaki bowls, and this is he's bowled him. Watson has tried to heave that over square leg, as he's done a number of times. What did he get, a bottom edge into that? Either way, the leg stump is out of the ground, and Shane Watson has gone. Well, it wasn't an under edge. It just flipped his thigh and rebounded back onto the leg stump. It looked like a ball right in Watson's slot, actually. It was a little bit shorter on the leg stump. Perhaps got there, threw him a little bit quicker. It was out the front of the hand, perhaps a slider from Twaki. And Watson has gone. He's gone in a noble cause, trying to hit the ball out of the ground.
Well, also, if you're going to claim a first IPL wicket, I wouldn't say it's the biggest game out there, but Shane Watson's not a bad one to get.
Are you sure?
Well, he's down as no matches, no runs, no wickets. That's probably just
this
for
season.
The Royals, I would expect.
It is his 15th wicket in.
Oh well, I think his first for Rajasthan. I think.
Well, first in this season, because he's been at Rajasthan before. He was at Rajasthan, then he was at Delhi. In fact, then he was at Kings 11, then he was at Delhi, then he's gone back to Rajasthan.
In fact, Tony, he's taken 2,000 IPL tests with
He's had 104 matches. You're absolutely I suppose wrong person as well.
Well, the new batsman has played many times in the IPL. Yeah, he's a big man. He's a big name. He's this chap.
Duplessis, life goes on, bright, la, life goes on.
It was the right length from Tewatia. It just wasn't quite as hittable as Watson thought it was.
Foff defends this. I thought he defended it back to the bowler, but it beats the sprawling bowler. It goes down to long on. It's a single to Duplessis. Duplessis can hit the ball hard. He can hit the ball big. He's also played perhaps one of the slowest innings in the history of Test cricket, which is saying something in nearly 150 years of Test cricket. So he's fairly versatile, it's fair to say, but he seems to be making this his cricket of choice nowadays.
Well, I think he's resigned the captaincy of South Africa. I think he'll keep going if selected. God knows when South Africa will get to play again.
This next ball is just played easily to cover by VJ. That ends a successful over. 57 for 1 CSK off 7 overs, chasing 217.
I can tell you actually, it was for Tewatia his fourth wicket for the Rajasthan. His fourth wicket for the Rajasthan Royals. He's also taken 3 for Kings 11 Punjab and 8 for the Delhi Capitals.
Capitals / Daredevils as well. I think he was there before the rerun. A few people with us on YouTube. Jilo Husi says, I love this game. I am from Korea. I like Indian songs. I practice singing Indian songs. So whichever your way into the game.
He's practicing.
Nina's with us. GK is supporting Dhoni, but Irish Outsider says, Team Jofra, let's go. We have no tweets. Please do send us tweets.
Well, 7 overs gone, 57 for 1, and Gopal is bowling. And he's bowling to Faf du Plessis, who's in block mode at the moment.
Played a curious innings the other day.
To the offside.
Played a curious innings on Saturday, 50. Ended up at a decent strike rate, but it was only through a late burst of boundaries. He was going under a run of ball for most of the innings and was bailed out by Ambati Raidu and Sam Curran.
As Gopal balls down the wicket comes du Plessis. He drives. The bowler had a chance possibly of a run out at the non-striker's end, but it gets through him. It's a single to du Plessis. I'd like to see that from side on. If he'd have flicked down for the stumps, it was pretty close. Might he have picked up a wicket? Cheapish wicket, but they all count.
Saw David Warner fall like that yesterday as Johnny Bairstow walloped a ball straight back at Umesh Yadav. Technically a drop catch, but he did well to get a hand anywhere near it, and it bounced back onto the stumps and caught Warner a yard or two short. A foot or two short.
That's it. Backing up as he should have been. This one's dragged down by Gopal, and it's pulled into the leg side, but straight into the hands of the man at backward square leg, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Another wicket has fallen, 58 for 2.
Yeah, Vijay needed to do something. 21 off 20 21 off 20 before the wicket fell. Again, it's coming slightly slower off the wicket than you think it's going to. It didn't quite arrive at him, and he's given us a very simple catch to Tom Curran. Not sure.
Yeah, it was not dissimilar to the ball that got Watson, although the wicket was taken in a very different fashion. I mean, it looked like a short ball on leg stump, and it looked like that's pretty much of a gift. But Watson, it was through him before he played the shot, and he played on. And now Murali Vijay has picked out Tom Curran, who barely had to move at backward square leg, and he wasn't on the fence either. He was about 10 yards in. So some good field placings from Steve Smith. 2 wickets have fallen, and we've got 2 batsmen. Oh, we've got an interesting choice to come out at number 4. It's going to be this chap.
Yes, indeed. He got a promotion to 5, I think, on Saturday, and 18 off 6 balls, and that's obviously got him the nod. To be fair, CSK do need to get on with it.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Also, I think the match-up with the 2 leg spinners turning the ball into the left-hander.
We're going to see his brother bowl at him, I wonder.
Well, that's a game within a game situation. That this is his 11th match in the IPL. He has 150. He's got a bit of work to do for CSK as he faces up to Gopal, and he's dragged this over mid-wicket. Is there a man out there? There isn't. Has that gone for 4 or 6? I'm waiting for the umpire's decision. 4. It's 4.
It was the googly.
Again, it was a short ball, and it was a bit of a gift, and there was nobody out there, so you can't ask for much more.
It was a googly, as you might expect to the left-hander from the wrist spinner, but as you say, a little bit. Well, I don't know if it was a too short, but I think Curran picked it very early.
It was dragged down, and he did go back into his crease. It made it look shorter than it was. And Gopal is in again. This is a bit fuller, and worked into the leg side. There is no mid-wicket, but there is now a deep mid-wicket. So a single to Sam Curran. He has 5 off 2, 1 ball left of the 8th over. It's 63 for 2. You were talking about earlier about du Plessis and his timing of his innings. Starting slowly and then looking to get a move on later. Whether they're playing in the mould of their the big name in their team, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Is that something he encourages as Gopal bowls a full toss on leg stump, and du Plessis doesn't do enough with this. He plays it out to deep mid wicket. It's just one run. The end of the 8th over, 64 for 2. Du Plessis with that single is up to 3, and Curran has 5.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, before Rajasthan, who have Shreyas Gopal, Rahul Tewatia and Riyan Parag in CSK versus in this game, when was the last time any 11 had 3 leggies in it? One wonders. I suspect that's not that uncommon in T20 cricket. Leg spinners are very highly sought after in T20 cricket. Excuse me. Leah says, seeing the result in Ireland, I was reminded that CSK might well win by X runs given some DLS shenanigans. Knuckle. I think the chances of it raining in the UAE through most of this tournament are pretty low. Amy Stevens says, Kiwi listening in from Ireland. So slow, wish I knew some Indian songs. Oh, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of YouTube and Spotify. But welcome, Amy.
I'm sure there are. The 9th over of the innings is going to be bowled by somebody who's a long way away from the camera angle.
Tewatia continuing, I think.
It is Tewatia, yeah. And down the wicket comes Fuff. And plays this out to deep square leg and walks a single. There's no real urgency about du Plessis at the moment. He's faced 5 balls and he hasn't looked to hit any of them hard.
On Saturday, the harder he tried to hit the ball, the worse he timed it, at least until the very end when a lot of the work had been done.
Well, that's true, but the ball doesn't go hard off the bat unless you actually try and hit it hard.
Oh, no. I was saying it wasn't so much a failure of intent as a failure of execution.
There's Tewatia in now to the left-handed Curran, who comes down the pitch, and he's... Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That's an absolutely beautiful shot. He's timed this over long on. It's got a long way back. That's the big 6.
Your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Again,
he's such a sweet timer of the ball, Curran. He's an extraordinarily talented cricketer. I haven't seen a number as to how far that travelled, but it looked like it went over the stand.
Yeah, it's a low stand, but still a big hit. Very similar areas to where Sanju Samson was hitting the spinners.
From a conservation of energy point, do you think if they try and hit it too hard, they're wasting energy? They don't have to, as Tewatia comes in and he's played the same shot again, but he's got it higher. Has he got it deep enough? Yes, he has. It's a long way back and straight this time. Consecutive 6s from Sam Curran.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Well, he's gone down to have a chat with Faf. Maybe Faf's saying, yeah, just push a couple around, knock one on the ground to cover, see what happens.
I mean, this is Sam Curran playing his role to perfection, really.
Yeah, they've both been good length balls, and he's come down the wicket and he's timed them very sweetly indeed. That was 84 metres. I think the last one must have been closer to 90. But I didn't see an estimate of the distance, but it seemed to me to have gone further. What can Tewatia do? It's no fun when you're a bowler and you've been hit with consecutive 6s and you've got a couple more in the over to bowl, or 3 more, as this time he stays back into his, goes back into his crease. Looked like he was trying to cut that, mistimed it, it went on the floor back to the bowler, so it's a dot ball.
Yeah, nicely bowled by Tewatia. It just dragged the length back a little bit, got the googly to turn sharply.
Tewatia in blue and pink like his teammates. Down the wicket he's come again, and he's going to be stumped. That one went across him. Maybe it was the googly, maybe it was a slider. And Tewatia, after consecutive 6s, has got his man. Sam Curran's brief innings is over.
It's very satisfying for a leg spinner, isn't it? You get the man stumped with the googly, misread the line of the ball, was beaten in the flight. Very satisfying dismissal and good sharp work behind the stumps from Sanju Samson. I can't believe they're going upstairs for this.
They're going upstairs. He was out by about 3 yards and he didn't even try and get back. So, well, no, he wasn't. He was about 6 inches short. And in fact, his bat, I don't think it ever made it back across the line. So, very good bowling. And in fact, not a bad innings from Curran. He was there for a good time, not a long time. But he's given this innings a little bit of impetus. Yes, it cost him his wicket. but his 17 off 5 is useful nonetheless. So.
Yeah, 17 off 6. You know, if you're going to fail quickly. And to be fair, 17 off 6 is not really a failure in this. Well, I don't think it's failure in this form of the game. 18 off 6 and 17 off 6. But the required run rate is now 12.5 and over. 77 for 3 after 8.5 overs. We'll have a time out.
He did successfully manage to get the run rate moving, though.
Yeah,
I think when he came in, it was about 7 and something, and then it was done nearer to 9 when he left. So he partially achieved his mission, but not fully by any manner of means.
Oh no, it was a good little innings, and he got out trying to do the right thing. I don't really. Yeah. There's very few circumstances where I will in a T20 game I will criticise a batter for getting out, trying to play an attacking stroke. You know, Bairstow got a lot, or some people were criticising Bairstow for the timing of his dismissal yesterday. You know, maybe he could have played out Chahal, but you know, he was hitting the ball quite well, and he tried to slug sweep and missed. It happens.
Well, you've got to when you're looking at that, you've got to see how many runs he scored from those kind of shots, and you're just people who criticise that are ignoring the runs that have been scored. They're just concentrating, zoning in on the wicket and saying, "Oh, that was a bad time to lose the wicket." Well. Let's hear that before the shot. You know, before the bowler's coming to bowl, you're saying, well, should you be trying to hit a boundary this ball? Pretty much, yes. You should be trying to hit a boundary off most balls in T20 cricket, and you can't criticise that for getting out unless it's in very, very limited situations where there's a very small target needed, and you know, you're down to a few wickets. What do our listeners have to say?
Yeah, indeed. Farong says no Raidu tonight for CSK. Will Dhoni bat 7 as listed? Ruturaj, Gaikwad, Jadeja and Jadhav don't really match Dhoni's hitting power. Dhoni, the one significant criticism, or the most significant criticism of Dhoni you can make as a batter in the last few years is that he's struggled against spin to score quickly. He's really scoring at barely over a run a ball. Ruturaj Gaikwad was the second highest run scorer in the List A tournament in the T20 tournament beside Mushtaq Ali Trophy, the state domestic T20 tournament. He's the highest List A run scorer for India A in the last few years. He's a very fluent player. Jadeja can certainly hit a long ball, although his T20 record is worse than you'd expect. And Kedar Jadhav's got some power too, but I would not be too surprised if Dhoni came in next.
Well, the thing about Dhoni is you can't blame him for age taking a toll on his performances. What perhaps you can criticise him is for him not realising that fact. He seems over the last 18 months, 2 years, to imagine in his own mind that he can do things that he did previously, when it's fairly obvious to anyone watching that he can't. I mean, I remember one outlandish victory that he pulled out probably in the last IPL. But there have been 4 or 5 occasions when he's tried to do the same thing he did 5 years ago and failed spectacularly. Match-losing innings in many respects. And you can't blame him for losing his powers, but he really needs to have a little bit more self-awareness.
Also, with Dhoni, you're falling from an extraordinary peak.
Well, yeah, but you still have to be realistic about yourself. It's not Dhoni who's coming, it's Ruturaj Gaikwad. And we'll play his jingle.
Standing at the ATM was Ruturaj Gaikwad. Everybody pushing in front of the ladder to come on.
Oh dear.
Oh, and the second thing has happened. He's danced down the wicket. He was nowhere near the ball. Was well outside the off stump. The easiest of stumpings, and Twatia's milking it. He's facing the non-existent crowd. He's got his fingers in his ears. He's saying, "I can't hear you." Of course, he can't hear you. There's nobody there.
Not there.
And Gaikwad's 1-ball innings has come to a close. 4th wicket down. 77 for 4.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
And Rahul Tewatia is on a hat-trick.
A possible hat-trick of stumpings, which doesn't happen very often.
No, goodness me, that would be unusual. You were talking about MS Dhoni. He's never made a IPL ton, has he? I score 84, not out.
I mean, he very rarely bats above 5. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, no, that would probably be the primary reason. It's got us. I'm looking for his strike rate. 137.77, which equally is not express. I mean, certainly not. It's not slouching, but it's not express either.
No, he's had good seasons and better. He had a pretty good season last year, actually, MS Dhoni, in terms of his strike rate. The year before, from memory, was slow by certainly by his standards and by most standards. In fact, no, the other way around. In fact, and then 2017 was really poor in terms of his in terms of his strike rate. So he's Dhoni at his peak is one of the best limited overs batters of all time.
But when you look at his average though, 44 is amazing, which suggests. I mean, I'd like to see, considering the number of games he's played, which is about 191. This will be his 192nd. An average of 44 in T20 is pretty good going over that number of games.
Oh, for sure.
And
66 not outs, to be fair, but that's going to happen a lot when you bat.
True. Hence his reputation as a finisher.
I bring great news. There has been a hat-trick of stumpings by W.H. Brain off C.L. Townsend for Gloucestershire versus Somerset Cheltenham in 1893. So if you're listening, Mr. Brain, or if you're watching, your record could be equal, but probably won't be. As
were you there, Fred?
Who's coming in? No, but Manny was. Let's play the jingle for the new batsman who isn't Dhoni.
It is indeed. It is not indeed. In fact, this man got a thanks for coming the other night, but he will get to bat. It's not on strike though.
Thank God his mom and dad, they made an all-rounder. Yeah, he can bowl and bat and he can hit some fours.
Well, Duplessis is facing the first ball of a new over, and he plays this along the ground very calmly out to deep mid-wicket for a single. We'll have to wait for the hat-trick ball till at least the start of the next over, but two stumpings of consecutive deliveries. Sam Curran for 17, and then for Mr. Gaikwad. There used to be a cricketer called Anshuman Gaikwad, played for India in the 1980s.
Indeed, an opener, the spectacled opener. They're not related.
They're not related. Okay. There's a bit of a tahir about Twaki's celebrations. As this next ball from Gopal is turned round the corner by Jadhav. He's off the mark with a single off his first ball. 79 for 4. And having spoken at the start of the spell about how they had 10 wickets in hand and they needed to go for it, by the end of the spell they've lost 4 wickets and they're looking in real trouble.
Yes, but at least they got out trying to do the right thing.
Gopal bowls again, a little bit shorter outside the off stump, and it's cut quite nicely by Duplessis. There is a sweeper out there, so it's another single. I think all Duplessis' runs have been in singles so far. 80 for 4, halfway through the 10th over. And let's see what Jadhav can do. And now, of course, the temptation is to go back into your shell, but they really can't afford to do that as Gopal bowls, and onto the back foot goes Jadhav and plays this up to long on for another walk single. Jofra Archer chains are jangling, gets the throw in. As we're looking at the what's the prize that they could win a car for?
I'm not sure it's actually a prize, to be honest. I think it's just the sponsors showing off their product.
Right, I think I did see a thing saying this safe car was sponsoring the death overs as Gopal aborts his delivery as the batsman Duplessis found something, a butterfly a few miles away that was disturbing his attention. The non-striker has gone miles away. He's in his crease, but a long way down. Now down the wicket comes Duplessis, the first sign of a little bit of intent, but then he plays it all along the ground up to long off for a single. So 1 ball left of the 10th over. We'll have a change after this delivery.
13.16 now, by the way, that run rate. That's
and he will be coming in to do some ball by balling. Knuckle summarising, and I'll be reading some tweets after this ball as Gopal into Jadhav, has 2 off 2. And he comes down the wicket and he slaps it back to the bowler. I'm pretty sure that was on the bounce. It's a dot ball after 10 overs. CSK chasing 217 are 82 for 4.
Yes,
and Andy's back with us.
And in a whole heap of trouble, I would say. Oh, poor old Gaikwad. How long has he been looking forward to his IPL debut? And then to get out in a rather chastening way.
Well, it's quite a brave way, really. I mean.
Well, yes, but you're going to be. Your face is going to be a bit red when you get back in.
Yeah, although he's playing for the right team in terms of not making snap decisions.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Farong says I was closer to the ball than Gaikwad was, and I'm in Dakar. Andy, did you say it was stumped off a lead?
I did. I know he did swish a bat at it, but it was almost. Oh, it's an old bugger. I better try to play.
He came down completely the wrong line. Hat-trick ball.
There's a hat-trick ball. It won't be a stumping as Duplessis.
Boo.
The leg side. Boo indeed. Just a single.
Neither of those stumpings were the hardest, were they? I mean, he had all the time in the world.
Well, no, in one of them, Curran kind of reached as far as he could and was still 3 inches short, so he wasn't going to move any further. And in the second one, Gaikwad followed the maxim, you might as well get stumped by a mile as an inch.
Yeah, keep walking, son.
Yes.
But making easy stumpings look easy. Fair enough.
Well, I think most of us.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in this England season, we've seen a number of people make wicket keeping looking incredibly difficult. So we shouldn't take things for granted.
Of course, the ball doesn't move around as much after it passes the stumps as it tends to. But yes, point taken.
134 at a shade under 10 overs is a very, very tall order. Kedar Jadhav, see what he can do. Actually get a bat today. Goes onto the back foot and plays it out to point, and there shouldn't be a run. There isn't.
Did Jadhav bowl?
He did not bowl.
He had a TFC in the first game. He didn't bowl today. He is their 6th bowler, but as I say, they like to stick with their 5. And, if you don't get
it's
a bowl,
quite funny to see a couple of overs hit slinging them down from 3 feet high.
Yeah, but if you don't get a bowl when someone's bowled 2 overs for 47, you're probably not going to get one very often. Full toss, but he doesn't really get hold of it. Cloths it up to long on for another single.
I think on this ground, with the square boundaries in particular are so short that you don't have to hit it that well to clear the boundary. Jadhav is useful on a slow pitch where you've got quite long boundaries and you can't manufacture the pace and you can't get under the ball. But I think
can't get underneath it. Yes.
But I think on this pitch you don't really have to get underneath it to hit sixes.
Well,
it's all about bowling good lines, I think.
Duarte was hit for a couple of sixes before his spectacular comeback, and the stumping was in play there as Duplessis came down the track, but he only could push it to cover for no run.
Madan Mohan Sharma is a bit annoyed. He says Dhoni must come in as soon as possible if CSK want to win. Batting wise, CSK look weaker and miss Raina badly. Dhoni needs some time in the crease to play his shots. If he comes in late, he may not be so effective. He's not young anymore.
Well, in the midst of that rant, I think a good point about Raina, who they do miss. They will miss this season. Duplessis down the track again. Tuatia saw him coming, dropped it short, and it's just punched up long on for a single.
Well, that is a long hop, which he should be looking to muller over mid-wicket square leg, and he's just flat-batted it straight back down the pitch along the ground.
Well, evidently premeditated the advance.
Well, he's a good enough player.
If you're good enough, you can see that, then stop and then change your shot.
He ended up cramping himself for room by coming down the track on that line, so he couldn't really free his arms properly.
Since those 2 sixes, nothing more than a single. A bit more intent there from Jadhav, but it has gone up to long off, and it will be another single. 131 off 9.
Yeah, the CSK spinners Jadeja and Chawla went 1 for 95 off their combined 8 overs. Shreyas Gopal and Rahul Tewatia certainly not in the. Well, Gopal's a very good spinner. He's had a couple of good IPLs, but Tewatia is certainly not in that class. Have combined for 6 overs, 4 for 44.
Indeed, Tewatia 3 for 21. He's had a great day with the ball, and Gopal is going to continue.
Yeah, Shreyas Gopal's taken an IPL hat-trick. He took an IPL hat-trick including Kohli and de Villiers a couple of years ago.
Put those heads on your wall. Here he comes to Jadhav, not quite the scalp. He's had a bit of a thrash at that one. It's gone straight. He might get 4 in the gap. He does.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Did hit that one hard.
Yeah, he's a very powerful man, Kedar Jadhav, despite his small build.
It's that small, stocky frame, isn't it? Powerful.
Yeah. It was a little bit easier to hit because it was sort of out the front of the hand and a little bit fuller. It's when that ball is full and flat, it's pretty easy to just step and hit.
Well, they did reach him quite low. I mean, they've got very low middles in all of that. Tossed that one up a little bit. He's played over extra cover. He's got the line right. In fact, he's got it square of the cover fielder, and that's 4 more.
That was very nicely played by Jadhav. The way he opened the face when he realised that it was wider, and realised that also that the cover fielder was at cover rather than point.
Yeah, it's a very good shot, and he's making an effort that Faf isn't really.
To be honest, I'm sure you agree with me, Fred, what you're saying. I like Curran's approach without.
Yeah, no, it was a good inning, even though he got out after his 7th ball. Still a good inning.
Absolutely. Jadav's had another swing at that one. That's another good shot. I think they moved the fielder a bit square, and he just put it the other way. 4 more.
It is often the case that the safest place to hit it is over the infielder's head.
Oh, yes.
Because you don't have one fielder behind another fielder.
Well, absolutely, and he's done that twice now. The first one he opened the
Not
face to get it
level,
over point, and the next one he's slammed it straight over the cover fielder's head. You know, it looks silly when you hit it straight to the fielder, as we saw twice in the last over of the game that went to the Super Over on Sunday, but if you back yourself, it's absolutely the right approach.
So, can Jadav breathe some life into this chase? He just prods that one. He's hit 3 4s and then a single. They say that's good. Yeah, the single to Smith.
Not as good as 3 4s and a 6, is it?
I know. I was giving you the bats. It's 99 for 4.
In the olden days in the West Indies, a batsman hit a 6 and then played a massive forward defensive. He'd get a big no from the crowd.
See what Duplessis can do. Back on strike, 9 off 11. He's got to get a shift on. Tries a pull shot. It's going down to deep square. It's not hit hard enough, and the fielder is round. You get 2.
Just a single. Faf du Plessis has barely timed a ball all season.
But there it was actually, he was trying to get that finer because the fine leg is up, and if you beat him, it's going to run away for 4. He just got it a bit too thick on the bat, but at least he was looking for a sensible gap there.
Yeah, Jadhav really has to keep strike, doesn't he?
Well, it's a bit of an indictment of a overseas player, specialist batsman, if that's the case. And you may well be right, though. That one's chipped up in cover direction. No, he got it straight to long off. Could be another single. 15 off the over. It's almost what they need.
Yeah, a bit light on the tweets at the moment.
Dinner time, isn't it? Everyone's cooking up their pine chips.
Yeah, or local equivalent, indeed.
Indeed.
Yes, empanadas and pommes frites.
Nigel Peter Henderson, he says, I literally love Sam Curran, and says he has perfected the 6-ball cameo on YouTube. We now know how to enter Hendo on a cricket scorecard.
Nigel Peter.
P. Henderson.
Yeah, change of bowling, which is interesting given that given that Tawati has got 1 left. I'm not sure I would have made this move at this time.
J-Dev Lunad Cat, when you find out that he's worth more money than you'll ever earn in your whole life, hardly seems fair.
Well, maybe they just felt that Jadhav was getting the measure of the spinners, or at least the other spinner. So we can do with this. It's 101 for 4. The required run rate is 14.5. That's very steep. Full ball. He's managed to successfully execute the almost Yorker outside off stump, and it's just a single up to long.
In the early 80s, the commentators used to say, once it gets up over 1 a ball, it's difficult. Now it's 2 a ball. That's where we've hit in 2020.
Yeah, if you need
it's over 12 and over.
You need 21 off the last 3 overs now. Everyone's packing up and going home. It's such an obvious win.
Unless you're Nottinghamshire in the T20 blast last year.
Unless you're Faf du Plessis, 10 off 12. Left arm round in Adcat. It's another Yorker. It's hit out into the leg side. He may get 2. No, again, they don't really have. I think this pair don't have the pace to turn these 1s into 2s, which is also a factor.
Yeah, it's also quite a small. It's a short boundary as well, so you don't have as much time. You've got 20 meters or more. You've got 20 meters more or 15 meters more to play with at Abu Dhabi or Dubai. I mean, du Plessis is pretty quick, but Jadhav's got a bad history of hamstring injuries.
Rolled himself down the wicket. He's back on strike and clipped into the leg side. Should just be another single. Well, change is working out for Rajasthan so far.
Now, if Duplessis hits 20 runs off the next 7 deliveries, we'll say actually he's doing all right. But then again, if he gets out, that is an MLK, isn't it?
Well, this is exactly what happened on Saturday.
A match-losing knock.
This is exactly what happened on Saturday, but Raidu was batting so well, and Curran then hit 18 off 6.
Well, I was certainly one of many who was criticising Agrawal in that game as well. He was very slow to start. He's had a bit of a swat at that one, but you can see, has he got it in the gap? Nope, it's out to David Miller. I think one of the real problematic knock in this inning so far has been Vijay, 21 off 20.
Yeah, I don't think Vijay will keep his place if Raidu's fit for the next game.
Well, possibly not, although Gaikwad really make his case.
It's not off 1.
If you're going to get a naught, get it off 1. Get it off none.
Get it off naught like David Miller, yes.
Yeah.
And he got his partner a run.
Yep. Unadkat, it's a slower ball, should be a wide. He's bowling from very wide of the crease left arm round, so he hasn't got much room to do that, and that is a wide.
I can't work out the umpires. If the umpires dress in this tournament, it makes them look like Formula 1 sort of pit crews or tyre fitters at your local quick fit. It does remind me of something. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Out of the advert. Yeah. I say slower ball, but Nadkut's bowled 4 bowls in a row around 100k, and that's probably another one. It's popped up to extra cover by Jadav. That is the end of the over. It's a very good one for Nadkat. I thought it was the end of the over.
No, one to come.
Okay.
Yeah.
Farong says that, CSK should be about halfway there in terms of runs, but 7 overs remaining. Highly unlikely, but question mark?
Yeah, indeed.
And no buts.
This is what Anadkut was doing in 2017 when he had that brilliant season. He does bowl a good array of cutters and slower balls, kind of back of the hand slower balls or deep in the hand.
Here's again, it's another one, and Duplessis can chop it into the offside. For one, that is the end of the over that time. It was still a good one. 109 needed off 7, and CSK are going to go and think about their strategy.
Well, the interesting thing about this tournament is that when they were selecting their teams, they probably, when the auction was going on, they didn't know that it was going to go in. It was going to be played in the UAE. So your bowling selection, particularly, is going to be very, very different when you're playing on these kind of wickets. And somebody like Unadkat probably has an advantage bowling here with a mixture of cutters and slower balls and the like.
Certainly compared to Rajasthan's home pitch, Jaipur, which is relatively quick. I mean, CSK, for example, win a lot of games at home because the pitch is very spinner friendly. Delhi, by contrast, actually lose a lot of games at home because their team is not actually very well suited to playing on what is a very low and slow pitch. So absolutely, the strategies have had to be adapted. I mean, they've had a long time to think about it, to be fair, but not a lot of time to practice and put those into practice, as it were.
Well, the teams who've kind of covered all bases are going to do better. Teams who picked a bit of a team suited to their own home ground back in India.
Yeah, that's always true, and you see this sometimes in the CPL, the Guyana Amazon Warriors, when it's normally do really well at home because they pack their side with spinners and bowlers who take the pace off the ball, and there's a very slow pitches, and then struggle on quicker pitches. This year, the CPL was all in two stadia. So, obviously you want as much balance as possible, but that's not always, for various reasons. Either a team gets the player you want, or you spend too much on one person, so you can't spend as much as you would on someone else. For various reasons, it doesn't work out.
Well, you would think that had the auction taken place after they knew it was in the UAE, you would have seen different figures for different people and possibly different teams selecting different players. But
well, possibly, but it's quite an involved process because there are retained players and released players in the second round. It's not all one auction, so it is quite complicated.
Yeah, and then
I
also
think that was what I particularly liked about the 100. It was just an auction from scratch, which made it.
Well, it was a draft rather than an auction, which is what they do in the CPL and the PSL.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the IPL is the only major T20 league that does an auction. And what it means, Chris, Bear was talking about Chris Morris earlier. RCB got sucked into a bidding war because everyone knew they needed a death bowler.
That's the thing with a flat-out auction. What you really want as a player, you just want 2 franchises after you. If only one is interested, they can really, really, really want you, but you still won't go for much if no one else is bidding.
Yeah, and
a player like Archer, may be less value if you know that the tournament's being played in the UAE, where the pitches are likely to have a lot less pace.
Maybe, but
someone paid 1.9 million for Cummins. Who was that?
KKR.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'd have done that if they knew it was.
Yeah, he's the most expensive overseas player in IPL history. Again, that was a bidding.
Like Glenn Maxwell, who's a triple threat, with the bat and the ball and in the field, might be the most expensive player. That's why he went for $1 million the first time round.
I mean, Maxwell's a match winner. He's a wonderful, wonderful player. Glenn Maxwell.
But he's not one-dimensional. Or Cummins can hit the ball, but I mean, he's no Maxwell in terms of what he can do all around the park.
Maxwell.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be fun watching him and Pooran this year for Kings 11.
There's more seam coming in. They're holding back that one over of spin. It's a slower cutter. It's punched up towards the one on the fielder. Should get there. He does, but it also should be 2.
Yes,
this man's going to bowl.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more of the let Tom Curran. The let Tom Curran.
Something quite amusing on that ball I'll come on to, as that one is punched out towards long off. Be another single. You were saying before, Fred, about how the non-striker is very far away from the wicket running, which is probably a good idea because we had a run out yesterday. 2 batsmen into each other.
Well, that is bizarre. That you don't even see that in sort of under 11s cricket, where 2 batsmen are charging full pelt and they suddenly see that they're running into each other. And somewhat shamefacedly, the wicketkeeper, ran out one of the batsmen as he must do. But Rashid Khan was lying on the ground for about 5 minutes after that.
Oh, a big moon ball from Curran. Surely a no ball. It's been slapped by Jadhav. Took rather by surprise. It is a no ball and it will be a free hit.
Over the line!
Huh?
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Well, we saw some major on the ball.
That's enough of that. Well, we saw that ridiculous last over from Lungi and Gidi.
Well, as I say, that was just, you can't always get them right, and that one slipped out of the hand of Tom Curran.
You think Ngidi and Rabada have a little chat between games, and one of them saying, well, how's your recent game? Well, how was your recent game? Might be a bit of banter between the two.
He bowled he'd bowled well up till then, Ngidi, but an over going for 30 will dent anyone's figures.
Well,
Rabada took 2 for 2.
In a super over, sometimes a free hit can just help a batsman break the shackles. Duplessis has got hold of that one. It should be 6. Oh no, it's actually caught, but of course the fielder Archer just throws it back in. He gets a single.
He's whacked it high in the air and he's caught 10 yards in off the boundary, and it's still only a single from Duplessis.
And he's broken his bat.
Well, he was trying to find his range there. He should know he's got to hit it 15 yards further than that. Now, what I was going to say on the previous ball was, for some reason, the striker went all the way out to follow the non-striker. But they were both running 2 wickets across.
You're definitely not going to get done for running on the wicket, I suppose.
Running on the other wicket. That's
good catch.
Oh, catch, yes, well done. A bit of a swish from Jadhav. I thought for a moment he'd got it over the keeper's head. I should have put my glasses on, I was going to. But the keeper stuck up a hand and caught it.
Yeah, Tom Curran went for a lot of runs in his first over. That's a good sort of slower ball into the wicket. Jadhav swung through it too early, and that's a good leaping catch by Sanju Samson.
Well, Madan Mohan Sharma, more in sorrow than in anger, says the way in which CSK are chasing, it appears they have given up. It's possible they gave up sort of during the last over of their bowling innings.
Yeah, well, they certainly need something like
Jadhav tried to get on with it. I mean, 22 or 16.
He actually played well. He some of the boundaries he hit were not just well played, they were actually well thought out, which you always like to see in a batsman.
He couldn't
but too
hide
much.
any longer. He's coming out now.
Count the runs scored in white and blue. Count the catches and the stumpage too. Don't it will bring it home. Don't it will bring it home.
Long way home from here.
Don't it will.
The long way home from here. Will Doney just hit 27 off 17 and get another not out?
Well, Tony was talking about his average before, but it's the strike rate that's important in this form of the game.
Yep.
Yeah, he struck at just over 130 last season, 150 the year before.
Well, let's see what he's going to do today. He's on 0. Duplessis on 17 off 8. There are a few candidates for MLK in this innings. One of them at the moment. Curran is back in, and Doney punches it to short cover. Smith and a good come up to prevent the single. And a good bit of captaincy there.
I think Doney's going to have a word with Faf and say, let's just push it around till the 17th over, and then we'll have a look.
Oh, I've been seen a few of those conversations take place.
Yeah. Why not have a look now? Why wait for tea?
Last game I played in the over 50s, I was playing in the first team, just helping them out. I wasn't very impressed. We conceded 260, and at something like 80 for 6 in reply, Curran is in. That's pushed out towards mid-wicket. Gets a hand on it, and there's no run. But after the fact, one of the batsmen explained his thinking process. He said, "Oh well, I thought let's just stay in and annoy them a bit." Well, you were annoying us actually.
Well, he achieved half of it. He annoyed somebody.
Yes.
115 for 5 off 14 overs. 17 and over here needed. CSK still need 102.
Yeah, there does come a point when, but to be fair, it shouldn't come to a specialist batsman. I do maintain if you're a specialist batsman, if you're not a bowler, you are required to go out and try to score the runs you need.
Yeah, the annoying thing is that occasionally when Faf has tried to hit the ball hard, he's mistimed it horrid.
Well, talk as much about Doney and see what he's going to do.
In every stage of every game, the batsmen need to meet and say, well, what do we need to do to win from here, and play accordingly. It's not just what's going to happen at some later point. What do we need to do from where we are now?
Yep, 100%. Doney takes up his third ball, clips it into the leg side. You'll pick up a single.
Yes, and we are going to have that final over of spin from the man who's taken 3 wickets for his new old franchise, because he's back with them. Where is he? There he is.
Or maybe he was held back waiting for Doney to come in.
Yeah, it's possible. If I know that he's struggled slowly, starts slowly against spin, other people do.
Duplessis down the track. I think he's going to be caught. No, he's just got enough on it. The fielder there, I think, is Utapa. Dived backwards. No, it's not Utapa. Not sure who that is. It had enough on it to go for 6 anyway. Might be Parag, I think.
I think he dropped it for 6.
I think it was going. No, actually, that wasn't a very good effort. He got side on rather than underneath it. If he'd been right in line, he might have had a better chance.
Yeah, it is Rian Parag, and as it sort of swerved in the air, but he got into no sort of position to take the catch really in the end.
The pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Shout of anguish from the bowlers. You saw what happened there. He's down the track again, but again, to watch it, saw him coming, pulled it short, and that would just be a single up to long on. We're going to have a change at the end of this over, as what I think will be a fairly cursory finish to the game. It could all just walk off. So yeah, fair enough, you win.
I know this is where people start talking about trying to reduce the net run rate damage.
Possibly, yes.
Although the best way to do that is also to try and score quickly.
Well, do you think Doney thinks that he can win this game?
That's an interesting question.
Yes, just.
Or you may be right. not particularly like that, punched up to long on for a single. They need 93 off 32, which is a smidge short of 3 runs per ball.
Oh, he knows that, or most people would know that you're very unlikely to win from here, but Dhoni's self-belief is pretty unshakable.
Well, you need 2 innings like Marcus Stoinis the other night. In fact, even more than that. He scored 49 off 17 after those first 6 balls. No, for 14, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It was an extraordinary innings.
Well, from here, you need an innings like Samson played.
Well, even that, it's not enough. Samson was striking at 230. You need 300. You need 2 Marcus Stoinises to win this game. And they haven't even.
There's only 2 Marcus Stoinises.
Marcus Stoini. So they need better than 24 off 20. Although Duplessis is trying to improve that. Has he got enough on this one? Yes, he has. Over long innings. Well, Duplessis taking a liking to the spin, but I think this is the last over of spin they're going to get.
Yes, and you've still got 2 overs of Jofra Archer to contend with.
At least 1 of Curran, I would think.
2 of Curran and 1 of Anatkat.
Yep. We will have, as I say, a change around. I think I'm still on in some capacity.
Yes, indeed. Andy will be summarising, Tony will be reading tweets, and I'll be taking you through ball by ball for whatever eventuates.
Fabulous. That one didn't really work.
Just horrible. We're going to put that on the scoreboard. Fabulous.
What will they put up for Tiwatia, I wonder?
Twatulous.
He comes in to bowl his last ball, my last ball, and ball by ball. It's pushed through cover. Will be 1, just the 1, I should think. 86 off 30 required. To take you through that will be Tony, TTFN to Fred, and next voice you'll hear will be Knackle.
Thank you, Andy. CSK 131 for 5, need 86 off the last 5 overs. MS Dhoni is at the crease on 3 off 4. Faf du Plessis has finally started to get on with it. He's on 31 off 22. A good day at the office with the ball for Rahul Tiwati on his return to the Rajasthan Royals. 4 overs, 3 for 37, including 2 in 2 balls. Faf du Plessis, as I say, he's scoring at 140, but it's taken him a very long time to get going. Murali Vijay, 21 off 21. I don't think you can accuse the rest of a lack of intent. Watson and Curran and Gaikwad got that first ball trying to hit a 6, and Jadhav, but you certainly can't afford 2 sort of anchor innings in a chase like this, and even 1 is putting you under a huge amount of pressure.
Well, yes, I mean, Jadav's intent was good, but 2 off 16 is not a great return. And it's just been a bit too much for CSK. I think the only time they really had a sniff was when Watson was picking 6s up over square leg.
Well, yeah, and a brief bit from Curran. We do have Rajasthan's star death bowler back into the attack, although he starts with a horrible wide.
Wide aim will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
In comes Jofra Archer, none for 10 off his 2 overs, including that wide. This is outside off stump and cut by Faf du Plessis, but straight to Robin Uthappa at backward point. There is no run. I'm joined by Tony Bishop. How have you seen CSK's approach, really, rather than the execution, the approach that they've taken to this chase?
Well, it started off with all good intent, whilst Watson was in decent order, didn't it? Then it all seemed to rather fall apart. What's the run rate now? It must be up to something ludicrous, I would
17.37 runs and over is the required run rate. Surely they took a... That's nicely driven by Faf du Plessis. A little bit wide from Archer. Du Plessis backed away to leg to manufacture the extra width and powered it through cover off the back foot for 4.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Not entirely sure how Faf du Plessis is on strike, given that I'm sure they took a single off the second ball of the over. Somebody work that out for me?
I don't know. I mean, basically they need to swing like a rusty gate and keep swinging. I don't see why, is there run rate consideration?
I mean, there will be, but come the end of the tournament. But I mean, CSK shouldn't be thinking about that. Certainly, short ball pulled by Faf. It just gets enough on it to clear Tom Curran in the infield, and David Miller, in fact, at mid wicket, back on the edge of the boundary. They come through for a single. That came right off the top part of the bat, done for pace, I think, by Archer with Faf du Plessis. They do take the single. Oh, in fact, that's why Faf was on collect, because they didn't actually take a run off the second ball of the over. The first legitimate ball. Yeah, spliced pull shot from Faf. This will bring Dhoni back onto strike. 80 needed off 27.
So essentially, it's better to lose than it is to and be not all out for a halfway decent run rate than it is to go down in flames going for glory.
But the former approach has no chance of you winning the game, as Archer's in short and hurries MS Dhoni and beats him with that with the attempted pull stroke, and through to the keeper. There is no run. Good sharp bowling by Jofra Archer.
Well, I am going to take a little bit of issue. I think even a team that expects to finish high in the table should be thinking about run rate. There's a big difference between finishing second and third.
Yes, that is true. With the IPL's playoff structure, where if you're first or second, you get 2 bites at the cherry. As Archer comes in to MS Dhoni, a bouncer which flies, I think, over MS Dhoni's head. That might be signalled wide. Haven't seen a signal from the umpire. No, nothing doing.
So Dhoni's left one, needing 80 off 25.
Yeah, Dhoni's miscalculated on that occasion. Good over from Archer thus far, even with the 4. Only 6 runs off the first 5 balls of the over. Probably was a wide, honestly.
Probably. A little bit harsh on Dhoni, that one, but he's 3 off 6. He's made his intention clear.
Archer follow up this with he's had success bowling sort of hard back of a length in the England-Australia series. He and Mark Wood, short fine leg, short third man, backward point and cover up in the circle. This is wide outside off stump. That's a slower ball which Dhoni doesn't pick properly and doesn't time, and only nudge a single to Robin Uthappa. 7 runs off the over, nowhere near enough. Chennai Super Kings 138 for 5, need almost 20 runs and over off the last 4 overs.
Not going to happen. They're not interested.
So they are effectively then just playing out time.
Playing for their run rate, yes.
It's like being 3-0 down and packing your defence and just thinking, well, let's keep it to 3.
Which does happen.
Which I know. It's a legitimate strategy.
Watford do it every other week.
We're lucky to get 0 most weeks at the moment. It's a legitimate strategy. The sportsman in me finds it a disappointing strategy.
Yes, it's a disappointing spectacle, and it's like a lot of these things. The problem is not really what happened now. The problem is what happened before.
Yeah, people will criticise Dhoni, whatever, but he came in an almost unwinnable situation.
Yeah, he's a very, very smart man, and he's probably worked out what's best for the longer term good of the team in the tournament. Not how great it would be to be a hero in an empty stadium, but more, 95% more likely to go down in flames.
It's almost I don't know, to some extent, whatever you do. As Unadka is going to continue, he's going to bowl his last over. Interesting, he's been bowled out so early. This is a length ball outside off stump or drivable ball, but Dhoni only manages to drive it for a single off the bowling of this man.
Jada Luna can't when you find out that he's worth more money than you'll ever earn in your whole life. As he seems fair.
Yeah, although his pay packet has decreased significantly, was £1.2 million in 2018, £894,000 in 2019, and this year £316,000, so a significant pay cut. This year has twice in a row been released, then bought back for less money by the Rajasthan Royals.
So I thought you were talking about Dhoni for a second.
No.
It's in my head.
As Monaka in round the wicket, bowling wide to du Plessis. It's into his hitting arc, and he hits it hard and flat over long on for 6.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smacks him.
Faf du Plessis might well end up with a score that looks good on paper.
Yes, he might. In fact, he probably is.
Well, I mean, he's 42 off 26. That does look good on a scorecard, but it's all come a bit too late, as it did almost in against Mumbai, except they were chasing a sort of median total of 160 odd on that occasion. Unadkat, slower ball bouncer into the wicket. Du Plessis came down the track and rather sort of telegraphed his intentions to do so, and can only whip this out to David Miller on the coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. Tomorrow we'll see Kolkata Knight Riders for the first time, with Owen Morgan in the KKR setup for the first time, and the likes of Andre Russell and Sunil Narayan, they take on the Mumbai Indians in Abu Dhabi. Will be here from 2:45 p.m. UK time.
Remember a film called Tin Cup? Kevin Costner and Rene Russo, I think.
Yep. As Unadkat is in again, continuing this left arm around the wicket, very wide of the crease angle, and Dhoni just pushes a single to cover 70 needed off 20 balls.
You'll probably see the analogy then. I mean, he was like a bit of a deadbeat running a driving range, wasn't he? He gets to the US Open, and all he has to do is chip over a river and then putt. But what he actually wants to do is clear the lay up short of this river. But what he does is just keep trying to clear it, and it costs him about 10 shots, and of course he loses and doesn't qualify.
Later lovingly recreated by Jean van der Velde. Short ball and absolutely hammered by Faf du Plessis. That was a slower ball into the wicket. Du Plessis picked it, and we've been critical of this innings, but when he's hit them pretty well.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Fourth six.
Well, I just wonder.
Sorry, go ahead.
What the lines of communication are here, because the two batsmen are playing very different styles to each other. Du Plessis is swinging everything and running down the track, and Dhoni is just playing as if he's having a Sunday afternoon out.
Well, maybe it's intentional. Maybe he's thinking, we can keep swinging for a bit. We've only got 5 down. I'll just make sure I behave, and we'll see where we go in a couple of overs. But so long as I'm still here.
In a couple of overs, there's only 3 left.
You're needing 20.
Given your point,
needing 20 and over.
You don't need to try to play to win.
Well, Du Plessis not got the message if that was the case. That's gone right. That's gone high in the air over the bowler's head. He didn't quite get all of it, but it's gone for consecutive sixes.
2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row. 2 sixes in a row.
And Faf du Plessis has consecutive 50s.
50 runs. Your 50 runs. Well done, well done. Well done, well done. 50 runs. Your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
I do wonder if it's going to take Faf to get to this long to get going throughout the tournament. He may as well open.
I just wonder, 58 off 3 is not impossible. They're down to 7-1 on the extent.
Well, also look at how CSK finished. I mean, didn't they? Oh, sorry, how Rajasthan finished. They appeared to have hit the buffers, and then all of a sudden they found 3 extra gears towards the end.
Well, yeah, the last
one
went
hit
for
28 off the last over, which you can't count.
30
no, you can't. But so it's that same philosophical debate. Do you risk going down in flames to entertain the non-existent crowd, or do you just,
well, I don't think they
balance your odds?
Tom Curran is into the attack, so Archer will be saved probably for the 19th. This is outside of stump and cut by Dhoni out to Yashasvi Jaiswal on the deep point boundary. It looks as though Dhoni is just going to try and give Faf the strike as this man comes on to bowl.
He's not South African, but let Tom Curran. He'll have to bowl with tight control, or else they'll score some more. Of the let Tom Curran, let Tom Curran.
It's odd that you could think of innings of 55 off 29 balls as a match-losing innings. As Tom Curran is in to Faf du Plessis, who is trying to win this game, I think.
Wow.
That's a length to ball, a paw from Curran, really, but hammered back over long off for 6 by Faf du Plessis.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you 60 thing, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 60 thing.
Well, he's 61 off 30 now. We've won 4 and 6 sixes. I think there have been considerably more sixes hit than 4s. CSK need 51 off 16 balls.
What's Twitter making of this?
I don't know where we got to. There was a discussion about why they play it so late, I think. Jeff Perkins says, odd to imagine anyone needing one Marcus Stoinis, let alone two. Brian Barrish says, the IPL uses the page playoff system originally introduced by the Victorian Football League, now AFL, in 1931. Still used in softball and cricket and expanded many times by many different leagues. The ICC World Cup should use it.
Maybe. I think the ICC should World Cup should just have more teams, frankly. I like the IPL playoff system, I have to say.
I do, yeah.
Genuine jeopardy for finishing first, second, third or fourth. Curran, good delivery, leg stump Yorker, almost nutmegs Faf du Plessis, and then he nutmegs himself, turns it between his legs straight to the man at short fine leg. Ballsy delivery with short fine leg up in the circle, but a good one from Tom Curran, just a single. 51 needed off 15, Dhoni on strike.
Adnan Mahan Sharma is saying a most hapless, pessimistic and irritating batting display.
Hold on a second, they didn't even take a run.
They did, didn't they?
They surely did. You think he just got sent back?
I think Dhoni has said, nah, Faf, you do it.
He's just... Yeah, he is.
That's what you get for $2 million.
To be fair, I mean, it did go quickly to the man. Maybe Dhoni didn't think he could have got there. Curran in length outside off stump. Du Plessis clubs this up and over the infield. There is a man back at long off. It's Stephen Smith. They will take the single that time. I think it was just the fact that Faf hit the ball so hard and then was in such a weird position that they didn't think he could make the run. They did take the run on that occasion. Dhoni will be on strike. 8 runs off the over thus far. CSK needs 50 off 14, which is, by modern T20 standards, not absolutely out of the question.
No, possibly not. He's done well so far, Curran. Just the one boundary, 4 balls.
As Curran comes in to Dhoni, short and pulled hard, but there should be a man out there at deep square leg. There is. It's Rahul Tewatia, gets the throw away quickly, so it'll only be a single, despite Dhoni trying to bait the throw.
Jersey Oak was answering the point about the weather. On the 3rd or 4th of October, they have double headers starting at midday UK time. Is it really going to cool off that much in 2 weeks? I doubt it.
No, but I think they just have to get the games in, don't they? Otherwise the tournament would be 3 months long.
Well, if Curran can get out of this over, I think he should have closed the door on any shenanigans, really.
Yeah, with Archer to bowl the 19th and Tom Curran himself to bowl the 20th. He's bowling to Faf du Plessis, who's hit a lot of sixes. He clubs this up and over mid-wicket, but doesn't time it very well. And it'll just be a single. 48 needed off the last 2 overs. Faf du Plessis will keep the strike. But a good over now from Rajasthan, and this game is done.
Well, I think that was the good over, and now it is done, I think.
Yeah. Brian Barrish has sent us the how the playoff system works in the AFL. For your reference, your personal reference, Knuckle.
Is it the same as it works in the IPL, where first? Well,
you can have a look. It's been addressed to you. I'm just passing it on.
Oh, thank you. I shall have a look at that when we are done with proceedings tonight.
Oh, what would they have done? Dhoni's got 8 off 11, even a reasonable 18 off 11. They'd be in the game. It just seems odd, as I say, that the 2 batsmen are doing 2 completely different things.
Yeah. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe MS Dhoni is just thinking, "Faf, you're in gear. Just stay in that gear. That'll get us the run rate we need." And I'm here to minimise the risk. That's what I'm saying. It could be a compromise.
When he's only taking a single off the balls he's facing.
He's a hard man to read, MS Dhoni, and such is his aura that he makes us all second guess him, even when he's probably not doing the right thing or trying to do the right thing. Archer is going to bowl the penultimate over. CSK 169 for 5. Faf is on strike. Slower ball, an attempted cutter. Du Plessis lofts this up and over the infield, but there's a man back, Rahul Tewatia, so it'll just be 2. Nicely bowled by Archer. The off-pace deliveries have been quite hard to hit on this wicket.
Yes, every non-boundary makes it that much
hurts. Yeah, it does. Credit to Faf though.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah,
he's absolutely. If there was a memo, he certainly didn't read it.
1, 4, and 6 sixes.
Well, maybe. To be fair, Tony, maybe you're right. Maybe it is. You take the risk, and if we get close enough, then I'll have a hit. But if not, another attempted leg cutter. Du Plessis again just hits it hard straight out to Tewatia on the cover boundary. Nicely bowled by Archer. He's bowling to his field with the cover sweeper out there, making sure that Du Plessis can't hit him straight back over his head.
You
45
can't
needed off
seize the
10.
hill if all your soldiers get killed on the way up it.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think a more traditional field for a fast bowler here would be everybody back on the leg side and everybody up on the off. But they're not going with that. They're going with something different, and that's interesting.
Will Dhoni try and swing for this one? He does swing it, but only out to deep square leg. He makes a bit of a misfield, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and it'll just be a single. So 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over. Well bowled by Archer.
Yeah, we're done. We're done now. They'll try to get to 190.
44 needed off 9 deliveries. Certain amount of stat padding, I think, going on, unless something absolutely ridiculous happens.
Oh, it must be time. I wonder what WinBiz has got on the tie.
In comes Archer. He's bowled well in this over thus far. Another off-cutter. Du Plessis picked that one, though, and he's got deep in the crease and swung it away over the marquee, over the leg side for 6.
2, 4, 6.
Maybe one off-cutter too many, or leg cutter rather too many for Jofra Archer, because Du Plessis seemed to be expecting that.
Yes, I think he won the game of rock, paper, scissors there. He was set for the slow one.
CSK at 7%, Rajasthan at 93, and the tie not in the equation at all.
Okay, again.
38 needed off 8.
40.7%.
What'll Archer do with this one? He goes short in at the body at good pace, and that's going to be out. Good follow-up from Archer. Very few can pick his bouncer. Very few can play his bouncer, even if they do hit it. And Faf du Plessis falls for 72 off 37. Hard to read that one, because it's hard to be critical of someone who scores 72 off 37, and it was a valiant effort sort of towards the end, but he was so slow and so lacking in urgency to start the innings and lacking in fluency that he put his team into a horrendous hole. Very odd innings to read, honestly, but CSK are sunk now. 38 needed off 7. Good ball from Archer to make absolutely sure.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
1-4 and 7-6 in that 72 off 37 balls. Good from Archer.
Well, I think he comes out in credit. Excuse me. At the end,
Right.
Faf, he's got 2 runs a ball. You really want to look at VJ's 21 off 20 and that kind of thing. But WinBiz, how any mathematical model can put a team at 7% leaving 38 off 8. I mean, it's just I don't understand it at all.
Yeah, well, a man who can hit the ball pretty hard and maybe minimise the damage is in. Jadeja faces up to last ball of the over from Archer, and Jadeja leads with 38 needed off 7 balls. And now, assuming that Tom Curran keeps his foot behind the line and keeps it on the stumps, Rajasthan will win. 38 needed off 6.
Leah says, latter-day Dhoni doesn't finish anymore. He manages the quantum of loss. And yes, that's an actual Dhoni quote.
That's a very sort of lose the battle to win the war type approach.
Well, yeah, very much so.
When people start talking about quantum, you know they're bullshit.
Quantums of solace.
No, but it's something that people like Deepak Chopra will do as soon as they start.
As Terry Pratchett once said, there's always bloody quantum.
Yeah, quantum's all the way down.
Jersey Oak says, looks like that dreadful Ngidi over will be the difference.
Well, yes, possibly. Give Archer some credit.
Sort of. Yeah, Archer, to be fair. And honestly, Sanju Samson. Absolutely brilliant. 38 needed off 6 balls. Will Dhoni now hit 4 6s in the over to minimise the damage? Well, he's tried to hit that one pretty hard, but is only going to be 1, as David Miller's got a very good throwing arm, and he flings this back in from the mid-wicket region. Just a single. Odd innings from Dhoni, really. 10 off 13.
Yeah, weird. I think now they have it. For Dhoni, certainly, they've gone back to up on the offside, deep on the leg.
Yeah.
Dhoni just doesn't seem to be able to pick the ball up over the leg side like he used to.
Well, he's pretty good. I mean, he's very good down the ground, and he's got a decent pull shot, but because he doesn't have that range of stroke outside off stump, like he used to be a very powerful cutter of the ball, but he set the template and broke the mould indeed for one-day batters, but he's been slightly caught up with in the last few years.
Yeah, overtaken. Well, time catches up.
To be fair, he is 40. Jadeja doesn't really have a swing at that at all. It's an off-pace delivery from Tom Curran, and Jadeja just plinks it out into the offside for a single. 36 needed off 4, entirely academic.
Tom Curran probably disappointed he didn't get to bowl to Sam. Sam bowled to him.
damn Sam for getting out before Tom Curran came back on.
Blink of an eye.
For some reason, MS Dhoni is getting a new bat.
Of course, that'll make the difference.
That's gonna see him over the line. Farong says, strange game, full of comedy in parts. Thanks once again. Oh, he also predicts Watford 2, Newport 1, but will that be half time or full time? He says, cheers on the morrow.
Yeah, indeed. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow for Kolkata Knight Riders versus the Mumbai Indians, and India will be back with us to see his hometown boys take on Mumbai. As Curran is in. Yep, there we go. Not a very good ball in truth from Tom Curran, a hittable ball on middle and leg stump, and Dhoni sent it out of the ground.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You 60 thing, you 60 thing, you. I believe in miracles since you came out to bat.
I think we can safely say now that the question I was asked about whether MS Dhoni came to the crease thinking they could win the game is no.
Well, not now. It's interesting that when I was talking about the low middles on the bats, he seemed to hit that right down near the toe, but he away for 6.
He does have a bat where the middle is much lower down, and I think obviously being in the UAE and obviously playing a lot in India, that will tend to be the case. How small will the margin of victory be? Dhoni's tried to slog that up in the air. The camera has no idea where that's gone, and that's because that's also gone miles over the boundary.
2 6s in a row.
Now he wants some gloves.
Well, yeah, it's strange, isn't it? And also, it makes you. It's back to our earlier discussion. As a gentleman appears to have picked that up in the car park. It looks like he's taking it home with it.
He's looking. He's looking for it under the cars.
Well, I thought he had it in his hand.
He had it in his hand.
He had it in his hand, Knuckle.
He's already left the ground. He said, there's a ball. I'll have that.
There is the slight air always of why didn't you try and do this earlier?
Well, that was going to be my question. The whole conversation we've had, if he can do it now, why didn't he go earlier?
Well, I think I said Dhoni would end up with 27 off 17. He's not going to be far off it.
22 off 15. Tom Curran, can he get out of this over without further ruination to his figures? His second and third overs were good. His first was not good. That's a top edge pull shot. I think that's gone for 6 again. Short straight boundary. Yep, onto the roof. 3 in a row.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
What a fantastically confounding cricketer Mahendra Singh Dhoni is.
Well, Curran's point of view, just stay behind the line and get out of the game.
Well, I think so now. Even the next one goes for 6, it doesn't matter.
Well, that was the case at the start of the over. They came into the over needing 38.
Oh, indeed. I mean, it's now... Even the frustration is compounded by the too little too late syndrome.
Yeah, although I wonder, actually, CSK being what they are, last ball of this weird innings, short outside off stump and clubbed through the offside. Why didn't Curran bowl outside off stump for the previous 3 deliveries? And the over ends the innings end with an over for 21, and Rajasthan Royals beat the Chennai Super Kings by 16 runs. Really should have been more. This game has been the Rajasthan Royals. I mean, certainly since Sanju Samson started getting going, and really once Jofra Archer hit 27 off 8 balls, and then Shane Watson got out. It's really been Rajasthan's all the way. Good bowling from the spinners, Shreyas Gopal and Rahul Tewatia. Jofra Archer pretty good as well, and Jadev Nadkut as well. A pretty comprehensive win for the Rajasthan Royals.
Yes, and well deserved. I think, as you said, in amongst a lot of strange things happening, Sanju Samson was really the key innings. He absolutely blasted it in those first 8 overs that allowed Rajasthan, despite a bit of a wobble in the last third of their innings, they got it back together with a 28 off the last over. And as Warlord Pom said, perhaps that was the difference in the end. Chennai, you felt, were always behind that, always behind it.
MS Dhoni ends with a really weird 29 not out of 17, almost entirely composed of 3 6s. But with Murali Vijay 21 off 21, Faf du Plessis gave it a good go towards the end. He was struggling through his 20s and 30s and even into the early 40s, but then Faf du Plessis ended with a blizzard of 6s, 72 off 37. A game innings from Sam Curran, 17 off 6. Jadhav looked good for a little while, but couldn't find much timing. 22 off 16. Ruturaj Gaikwad, the 0 off 1, can't really read very much into that. And as I said, the Stars with the ball. Archer 1 for 26 off his 4. Unadka expensive in his last over, but pretty good up until then. Shreyas Gopal 1 for 38. Rahul Tewatia, the star with the ball, 3 for 37. Tom Curran taking a bit of tap, but it was all about the batting really for the Rajasthan Royals. Just got, even on this quite good batting friendly surface, a score that was just too big.
I'm just going to read very final tweets before we head for the hills. Brian Barrett, thanks for the company, lads. See you tomorrow. Looking forward to it, Brian. Thanks for your company. He also has his, sorry, I didn't tag Knuckle directly. Here you go. There you go. So that's so you can, at your leisure, Knuckle, enjoy the playoff system.
Thank you.
Madan Mohan Sharma says, CSK and Dhoni both did not play according to their reputation. It appears that Dhoni has lost his match finishing ability. Well, he finished it all right, just not to win.
Well,
he finished it in highly spectacular fashion.
Well, and indeed,
the debate being should have done it earlier.
Well, also he probably had too much to do.
Leah, okay, same discussion. Leah the Hanavarian Hunna says, I'm not worried about tomorrow. Oh, well, good. We came back from 0-5 down to win it all once.
Yes.
We can do it again.
Yeah, you're one game in. It's there's no need for panic stations. I think Mumbai probably picked the right team. I think more or less for their first game. Interesting to see if they do make any changes. But Rajasthan Royals, I mean, certainly beating CSK like this in such a dominant manner before Jos Buttler's available is a big deal.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm done for the day, so I'm going to have to love you and leave you all.
Yeah, indeed. Join us again, as I said, at 2:45 p.m. tomorrow for the Kolkata Knight Riders taking on the Mumbai Indians. But until then, from everyone here at Guerrilla Cricket, it's bye-bye.
Take care, all.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. But first they